Okay. Hello, everybody. Just want to double check before I start actually talking that you can hear me. Because I might have had a few technical problems. Welcome to one of my live streams, as always. Technical problems. Just want to check that everybody can hear me and all of that good stuff. Because, yeah, I have had live streams where I've started speaking and everybody's like, Hoth, we cannot hear a word of what you are saying. So, hello, everybody. Righty-ho. Welcome to January. I don't want to scare anybody, okay? But it's already 2026. No, but like actually I might have to sit down and focus on that because that's crazy. I remember when I was doing the first live stream of 2025 and I thought that was bonkers too. But thank you so much for being here. I know we're 3 weeks in, but if I pretend really, really hard that we're not, that makes me feel better, because honestly, the fact that it's January terrifies me. But thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I posted this one really, really late, mostly because I kind of forgot what day of the week it was. I kind of forgot it was this week, and I'm like, wait, I need to have a video this week, and then I had the dawning realization that it's live stream week, and I just totally forgot. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here on such short notice. If you've been here before, thank you for coming back for another video. If you haven't, these live streams happen every single month, and we talk about all of the witchcraft, pagan, spellwork, spirits, different topics that you guys want to talk about. So you're the ones in total control over where this stream goes, what questions we talk about, what topics we touch on. So feel free, there should be anyway, a questions tab at the top of the chat box, or it might be at the bottom of the chat box. Honestly, I'm not sure, but there should be a questions tab where you can put all of your questions for the live stream. I do it that way just so that the stream doesn't sort of get bogged down with all the questions and we lose track of who's who and where's where and what's what. So with that being said, let's have a look-see and see where everybody is from, like I do every single stream. So we've got North Carolina, North Idaho, Alabama, Arkansas, Wales, go Wales, Maryland, I've already got the hiccups, this is going well, Canada, Warrington, Nottingham, Florida, France, Ohio, Texas, Missouri, Dayton, Ohio, Atlanta, Florida, Portugal, New York, New Zealand, Minnesota, Oregon coast, Czech Republic, Australia, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia. So many people from so many places. I always think it's so cool. South UK, Minneapolis, Louisiana, South Wales, Germany, Maine, Massachusetts. Let's have a look, see if I've missed anybody else. Honestly, probably Glasgow in Scotland, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So many places. So many people from so many places. Always so cool. So I have just a real quick question to start off with, and I don't know if any of you would be particularly interested in this, but I'm thinking more for people who get overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the live streams. Would any of you be interested if I were to take the live streams, cut them down a little bit, and then post them on the channel in like 4 or 5 question segments? If you find that watching the live streams back is just ridiculously overwhelming, maybe pick some interesting questions out of the live stream, splice them together, and then put them on the channel as some extra content. Let me know, and also let me know anybody who's watching this like after the stream has already gone up. Do you find the 5 hours to watch in one go is a lot? Would you rather it be broken down? Let me know, because it would still be available in its full total form, so you can watch just 5 hours of the live stream if you wanted to. But just for anybody who likes sort of the broken down, let me know. But with that being said, as always, I try to answer as many questions as possible, and I try to do it chronologically. So if I haven't answered your question yet, it's probably not that I've missed it purposefully. It's probably just that I haven't got to that point yet. So do be patient, and also these will be available on the playback if you do want to check that out. And our amazing is very often, thank you so much for this, goes through and timestamps different things so that you can go and find your questions after the fact. I'm not trying to make more work for myself per se, more just that I never know whether they're just, I get a lot of people saying that they're just way too long. So if, you know, there's some really interesting questions, or maybe even if there's some interesting questions that then lead on to future content, I might cut some of those out and sort of splice them together. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. So I am going to go to the questions tab just so that I can go and check out what we've been asked so far. I did put the questions tab up a lot later than I have recently. Mostly because a lot of the time the questions would disappear. So my apologies for putting it up so late. But I just really didn't want anybody to lose anything. So let's go back up to the very, very top. The first question I think is one that I can definitely open up to other people, because I don't necessarily have all of the insight on this. And I've just realized that the light in the background is strobing a little bit. And I'm going to be real honest and say that I don't know how to fix that. So I'm so sorry in advance. That's going to get probably very annoying, especially now that I've pointed it out to you. So the first question that we've got is all about Cornwall. So I'm planning on visiting the UK from the USA this summer, most likely staying in Glastonbury. What are your top 5 magical places in the southwest Cornwall area to visit? So I suppose the first thing I can say is brace yourself, because Glastonbury to Cornwall is still quite a way. It's not like crazy hours, but like it's still quite a way off. In Cornwall, I really, really love Tintagel. That's one place that I think is absolutely incredible. It'll be something to do with the recording frame rate, not much you can do. Yeah, I got a new webcam last month, and I think it's probably the frame rate of that that's making it strobe. I can turn the light off if that annoys anybody, like in the long run, but we'll see. So Tintagel, if I can load up the full information about what it is. I think it's both English Heritage and National Trust, but I'll just check. It's definitely English Heritage. And it is the most, I can't really grasp and put it into words how incredible it is. So if you don't know anything about the story of King Arthur, the belief system is very much a belief system. There isn't really that much evidence to say that King Arthur actually existed, or if he did, the stories have been very strongly elaborated on, particularly by the Victorians, who were very, very well known for taking pre-existing stories and making them considerably more entertaining. But the stories that we do have involve King Arthur being born at Tintagel, which is this incredible ruin on the coast of England in Cornwall, and it just looks out over the ocean. And it's a ruin now. It's owned by the English Heritage, and you can go and visit it. And that's really the birthplace of where the Arthurian legends come from. And when I went a couple of years ago, it was torrential, like absolutely torrential. My parents were like, please, can we go to the car? And I'm like, no, I have to go and see the statue of King Arthur, because you walk all the way through and there is this large metal statue of King Arthur. If you just go onto the English Heritage website for Tintagel, you'll see exactly what I mean. I think I did a video. Did I do a video? I did a video all about my trip to Tintagel. I did. And in that, you can see what I'm talking about. It is just an incredible place to go. Thoroughly recommend it. And there's loads of really interesting little witchcrafty shops in the town itself, which I always think is great. Now, I don't have that many places that I would say are witchy, perhaps, but there is one that I never went to. I loaded it up beforehand because everybody told me I had to go, and I totally missed out on going, and it's called St Nectan's Glen, and it's in Cornwall, and apparently it is just incredible. So if you have the chance to go, I had so many people recommend to me, like, you have to go here, and I totally missed out on going. So if you have the chance to, I'd probably recommend checking that out at the very least. And then in terms of just magical places, I would recommend going to Trebegarden. Trebegarden, I've been multiple times, and it is just beautiful. You could just get lost there. Hopefully not literally, but if you're one that wants to sit and just be with nature for a minute, maybe draw, maybe read, it's just such a gorgeous place to visit. So those are kind of my main recommendations. But really, there's so much to see and do that you're definitely not going to have enough time to do everything that you're probably going to want to do. But yeah, as Stoney has said here, it's about a 2-hour drive from Glastonbury to Cornwall. It is still quite a way, so just bear that in mind if you're planning on going for, say, like a day. It's going to take you a decent chunk of time to get there. I really, really, really need to go to Cornwall again, because it was so beautiful and it rained basically the entire time we were there. And while you're there, you have to get a pasty. Like, you have to get a Cornish pasty. It's the rules. If you don't, you're missing out. Okay, let's have a look. See, I am somewhere. I've lost myself already. Oh no, here we go. What is shadow work? I hear the term a lot, but I'm confused about what it means. Okay, so this is actually kind of an interesting one, because once again, I feel like it takes on different meanings to different people. So I can go over, say, what I initially recognize shadow work to be, and then what I think more modern practice involves shadow work to be. So when I was learning about witchcraft, magical practice, I was working with groups, all of that stuff, shadow work was something very, very particular. And it was almost akin to working with the fetch, or a part of your own energy field, a part of you that was perhaps a little bit more negative in nature. That was what I was always taught shadow work to be. And shadow work could be the sending out of such a part of yourself. But for the most part, in the people that I spoke to anyway, it was more about keeping it balanced. So making sure that that aspect of your energetic field was in check. And so some people would put locks on their shadow self. Some people would try to work with it to balance it out, to make it less intense and less prominent. But it was always like a fetch type entity. But then when I started learning more on social media and reaching out to people that weren't just sort of local area-y, I started experiencing the term shadow work be used for something totally different. And I think that today it is primarily used to describe the dark parts of yourself that perhaps have a negative impact on areas of your life. And shadow work isn't really a magical practice per se. It can be incorporated into magical practice, but it is probably best described as therapy without a therapist. And it is where we are processing and working through the things that we have repressed, the things that we have pushed down in ourselves, past traumas, past just really negative experiences that are then impacting us. What I found maybe in the last 5, maybe 10 years is that it is a requirement for spells and rituals to be successful, that it is something that you have to do before you practice witchcraft. And that's never something that I'd ever really heard or experienced before coming onto social media. So it is now essentially working through the darkest parts of ourselves, alongside often shadow work guides, different things that you can start journaling on, different journeys that you can take. But one thing I will say about it is that it's really important that you aren't putting yourself into a more difficult situation. So if you are finding that you're in a really bad mental or physical place, starting shadow work probably isn't what I would recommend. Instead, I would always recommend going through either a trained professional to help work through these things, or working with somebody, a friend, a family member, a confidant that you can rely on to help process these things. But generally speaking, I've never found it to be a necessity for witchcraft, unless you're finding that everything is so negatively impacting your life that you cannot successfully practice witchcraft without working through and processing these things. So I think a bit like everything else, the kind of definitions on it change and adapt over time. And I don't remember it ever being a really emphasized thing when I started practicing. That doesn't mean that it wasn't around and that people weren't doing it. I just think that social media has very heavily emphasized it as a requirement rather than a tool. It can be an incredibly useful tool, it just isn't suitable for everybody all of the time. I think though, sorry, I'm responding to questions here of people saying like it's been really helpful and they don't like initiating people who are unbalanced mentally, and totally understandable, completely and totally. But I think mainly the emphasis here is that if you aren't in a safe mental place to do it. Just make sure that you get yourself safe before you start performing shadow work, just so that it doesn't become more of a difficult thing in your life. So let's have a look, see. So in regards to this one, this is also sort of similar, which is how can you tell the difference between mental health issues and spirituality? And I suppose as somebody, I know I always keep saying this, but as somebody with anxiety and with OCD and stuff, what I will often find is that for me, the difference between OCD and spirituality is that if it's spirituality, I can decide to not do it. Not doing it isn't going to have any kind of impact on my life, and it shouldn't have a negative impact on your life. So I would always recommend making sure that you are in a good headspace anyway. If you're starting to experience anything like audible or visual hallucinations, it's really important, especially if it's come out of absolutely nowhere, that we get ourselves into a place where we know we have been assessed to make sure that everything is totally fine. But if we're talking about things like, hello Jamie, if we're talking about things like OCD and stuff, if you're finding that you cannot think about anything other than that tarot reading or that ritual, and you feel the need to repeatedly and obsessively perform an act, that's less likely to be spirituality, and it's much more likely to be something else that might need to be looked into. Right, thank you so much, Jamie, as well as Mickey in the Mist. Thank you so much. With Imbolc coming up, the only things I know I will be doing is making some creamy potato soup. Ooh, that sounds really good. And getting my seeds planted in the greenhouse. Is there anything else that you're planning? I've got hiccups so bad. So for me, I haven't really fully planned out my Imbolc yet, so I will be doing a video on that as we sort of, I say as we get closer to it, but we're actually pretty close now, aren't we? So I don't know if I'm going to have time to do that. But essentially for me, it is setting the framework for the things that I want to be doing in the coming months. So I tend to set Imbolc as being this sort of initiatory period, and it often is used for initiation. But the things I want to be bringing into my practice, the different divination techniques, the different spells, the different rituals, things like that, the styles of things that I haven't done before, I'll probably be testing the waters with as it comes to Imbolc, as a way of figuring out whether it's something that I want to be starting new this year, or whether it's something that maybe I need to be putting on a back burner a little bit. And I will just be getting out into nature because it's been cold and wet and miserable, and I feel the need to go outside. And I think this year I've been given a few books for Christmas. I have filmed a video about that. I just haven't posted it yet, where I really want to try making some of the more seasonal recipes, oils, sprays, incenses that I've just never really looked into before. So I think that's something that I want to try, is focusing on something a little bit more seasonal this year. More than just setting up an altar, very much getting in touch with foraging and not receiving things from the natural world, but like taking the energy from the natural world and actually implementing it rather than being like separated from it. I'm not sure if that makes any sense whatsoever, but that's kind of my hope, is to be far more ingrained in the natural world than, say, just setting up an altar inside. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that goes well. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. Okay, here we are. So how's the fairy video coming along? Will we be seeing it anytime soon? So for anybody who doesn't know, I think this is the video in question anyway. My plan was to read all of the fairy magic books in my collection and to do an entire video of the ones that I would recommend the most, the ones that I recommend the least, and the reasons why. I will still be doing that. I will be really honest though and say that I'm very, very behind on reading all of those books. So this year, I'm gonna make a statement now. This year, I will have a video on that. This is the year where I'm planning on doing all of the videos that I've said I'm gonna do, and I've forgotten about, and I write them down, and then I forget where I've written them down. And so this year, I really, really, really want to get ahead of myself and try to get to all of those videos. And one of them is the Fairy Magic book video. Once I do the Fairy Magic book video, I'll then start talking about like different aspects of fairy witchcraft and the ways that you can incorporate it and that kind of stuff. But I feel like I need to do the fairy book one first for anybody who then wants to sort of know where to look going forwards. So I've already read a few of them. Some I really, really like. Some I could honestly pass on, and some I would definitely never recommend to somebody looking into fairy witchcraft. So I've already done about 5 or 6. Bearing in mind, I think I have about 25 fairy magic books in my collection. So what might end up happening is I might end up doing like a part 1, a part 2, and a part 3 over the course of the year, if you guys would be okay with that. So that it's not like 25 videos long. And then probably at the very, very end of the year, I'll post like one super big video that incorporates all of those earlier videos with my like final thoughts on it. I don't know, but that's probably the only way that I'm going to be able to get it done in a reasonable amount of time, just because of how many books I have on fairy witchcraft. So what I might do is just sort of do like a collection of different books in video 1, in video 2, and video 3. So you're getting like some history, some active practice, some a little bit older, some a bit newer in each of the 3-ish videos. Maybe. I really, really, really want to be getting things done this year, and so that's sort of where I'm going with it, I hope. Right, let's have a look-see. Okay, let's have a look-see. What did I have here? I'm sure there was one. Here we go. Any recent book recommendations? So, my to-be-read pile grew a lot over Christmas. So, that video, I think, should be coming out on Sunday. Because I finished it. It's ready to go. I just didn't get it finished fast enough to post it last Sunday. So I'm thinking that video is going to be up on Sunday, so that's going to be about all of my like books that I got for Christmas, which includes a lot that are now on my to-be-read pile that cover so many good things. But most of the things I've read so far this January have actually been fiction, with the exception of one of them. So I'm currently reading this one by Ali Hazelwood. You guys know, if you've been here before, I really like Ali Hazelwood's work, so I'm currently reading this one. I'm also reading one that I think you all would be a lot more interested in, and that is called Witchcraft for Wayward Girls. Now, it's a total fiction book. It's not non-fiction or anything, but it seems to have crazy, crazy good reviews, and I picked it up as an ebook and was like, I'll just try it. It's really, really good. I've not got into any of the witchcrafty bits yet, but we're getting there. And then the other book that I'm currently in the process of reading, as are many of my Patreon subscribers, is this one. This is The Cunning Folks Book of Cottage Witchcraft by Danu Forrest. This is the one that we are doing for the Patreon book club. That's something that we've started this year in 2026. So the first book is, I'm trying to get it so you can see, there you go, see the cover. This is the book we're currently reading so far. I think it looks really, really good. As you may have guessed, it is all about folk magic, cottage witchcraft. It's very much a blend, so far anyway, as I've experienced, between folk magic and hearth witchcraft. So most of the book is surrounding sort of the way that you can perform your magic from home and the like, and so far really, really liking it. I'm not going to go too much into it in this video, obviously, because it's going to be in the book club that we're doing at like the start of I think it's going to be like really late. I'll be honest though, it's already like the 21st of January. It's probably going to be early February, but look at the cute little illustrations. Look at that. So yeah, that's the other one I've been reading, but this one's taking me a while because I'm like going through it fully and like writing loads of notes, so that one's going to take me a while. They're really the only ones that I have been focusing on at the very start of this year, mostly because I have so many books on my to-be-read pile that I literally just got that I'm just desperate to burn through, so that's the plan anyway for this coming year. Right, here we go. Do you have any recommendations for working with a spirit doll? Mine is Stephen, he's demonic, and as I've discovered, he grants requests. So when it comes to any kind of spirit doll, I find it's about striking a balance, and it's about making sure that there's give and take in that situation, because what can sometimes happen, not all of the time, is that either somebody will begin working with a spirit doll, and then as time goes on, they'll just sort of stop working with that spirit doll, which can cause issues in the long run, because if you are dealing with a spirited object and you have already formed an agreement with that object, and then, well, technically the spirit residing in the object, and then you stop fulfilling your end of that agreement, you can end up with things going bump in the night, really odd things happening, things moving, strange dreams, etc. But it can also lead to a failure in that relationship in the long run. If you then, in a couple of weeks, a couple of months, decide that you want to come back and start working with that spirit doll again, they might turn around and be like, no, why should we? Like, we tried working with you, you didn't hold up your end of the deal, I'm not working with you anymore. Alternatively, what can happen is, I don't want to say that this happens very often, but it can happen, is that sometimes individuals feel as though they can't say no in a situation, and what can happen is that the spirit starts taking more and more and more liberties, and that's often when things start getting a little bit out of control. The real value when it comes to building a relationship with a spirit doll is having that give and take. So it's just about, if in this instance you've come to the realization that he is happy to have requests, then it's about asking realistically what that spirit would like in return, if it's something maintainable. And it's, I think anyway, probably best to come to that agreement before any more requests are taken, because what you really don't want is for him to turn around in a couple months' time and say that, you know, I need something that is so beyond what you're capable of giving that it can then cause problems. I'm sure, though, that you already have some kind of agreement in place, some kind of plan going forwards if this is what's working for you. Generally speaking, though, for anybody who is interested in working with spirit dolls, I would recommend having some kind of agreement in place. And that agreement doesn't have to be hard and fast. It doesn't have to never change. It just has to be something that works for everybody. So if to start off with it is, I would like a candle in return for workings, or I would like a certain type of incense or a certain alcohol in return for workings, that can change if that alcohol is, say, discontinued. You can then move on to something else, but that communication needs to remain open. I think that's more than anything what I'm trying to get across, is that just like any other working relationship, you need to be having communication there, otherwise it just all falls apart. So, let's have a look-see. Book club, loving it so far. I'm really excited about it. I'm really, really nervous about it because it's not something that I have ever done before. So if anybody's interested in taking part in that, then it is available on the Patreon, but the plan is that an edited version of everything that we're talking about is probably going to end up on YouTube to give you some ideas about how the book would be for you. But the big conversation is going to all be on the Patreon about it. But I'm looking forward to this one, and so many people voted for different books. This one barely won. It was like a 2% winner, that the other books are really in for a shoe-in the next time around. So, let's have a look-see. Where am I? I am here. How can I tell if somebody is sending curses towards you? So, this is where it gets a little bit tricky, and it's very much going to rely on you having a baseline. So whatever you experience in your day-to-day life, however you feel energy, however your dreams are, however your senses are, that's really going to determine what feels different. Because I'm not going to come in and say that, oh, you'll suddenly start having really bad dreams if you're already on medication, say, that gives you really bad dreams, you know. So it's all about finding not just differences, but notable and consistent differences in your life. So the big things are that certain aspects of your life are going to start feeling wrong. It's very unusual for it to be every aspect of your life. It's usually going to be love, finances, your home, your job, your transport. There's usually going to be a singular topic in your life that starts going wrong. And it's at first probably going to be just a little thing, you know, just your car breaking down or you forget to put fuel in it. And then over time, it's going to start becoming more and more noticeable. So that energy slowly starts to amp up. I suppose the best way I can describe it is a little bit like toxicity in a way. A little bit of it is going to give you some symptoms, but not that many. But the more you have in your life, the greater those symptoms are going to be. So the longer this energy is present, the worse it's going to feel. So if it is related to your job, for instance, you might find that all of a sudden, everybody just starts arguing. And it just seems to come out of the blue. You didn't think that people didn't get on, but all of a sudden people are fighting, or they're picking fights with you in a way that is just completely unexpected. And every time you talk it out and you smooth it over, the next day it seems to be something else. And then it's not just one person that's doing this, it's multiple people. And then you start losing files at work, your computer stops working, your boss starts talking about cutting people and cutting staff members. You just feel as though there's something not quite right. This has gone from being a perfectly nice, friendly, happy working environment to out of the blue, for absolutely no reason, it feels like your job is on the line and you have no idea where it came from. And then if you do lose your job, you seemingly can't find another job. You apply, you're perfectly qualified, but your letter gets lost in the mail, or they lose your CV. They forget that they had an interview with you and you just don't exist in their books anymore. It will seem like every single thing is fighting against you when it comes to getting a job. And that's when you know you got something, either really, really bad luck in this situation, I mean, it can happen, or you might have some energy attachment, curses, or some kind of spirit activity going on. Now, usually it's aimed at a single aspect of your life. If you're talking about something that is affecting everything about that aspect of your life, or everything in your life, then you're looking at something that I would say is probably more. It's probably more to be malefic spirit, or it is a general curse for negativity in your life, and it's just taking whichever avenue is most suited. Now, if you are particularly sensitive, if you have any sort of psychic abilities, you may well be noticing that your cards are saying the same thing every time. Maybe they're giving you concerns or warnings, or you're getting repeated cards. So say, for instance, you're getting the High Priestess over and over and over and over again. That might give you an indication of who is sending that working towards you. It doesn't have to be, but it can be, especially if it's coming up in 5, 10, 15 different readings, you're getting the same card. That's something to then consider. In meditations, in astral work, you might be being given information about certain people, certain situations that are causing problems for you. If you have really vivid dreams, you might be giving signs in your dreams, but you might also be having nightmares. Now, this is more common, I find anyway, with spirit attachment and negative spirits in your environment, but it can also be caused by a curse if it's designed to negatively impact your physical health. I often find that sleep disturbances and nightmares are very prevalent with that kind of a working. Now, with all of this, the stronger the working, the longer it's going to last for, and the bigger an amount of side effects it's going to have. For the most part, and this is probably the reassuring bit, for the most part, people aren't going to bother wasting their time doing curses on an individual person for no good reason. So it's quite likely, if you are experiencing curse-like symptoms, you may well already know the origin of it. You may well already know the situation that it surrounds. It's quite unusual for a random person to just out of the blue decide that you're their target and they are going to curse you. Curses are also incredibly high energy, and so it takes a lot of energy to maintain them in the long run. Now, I really want to emphasize here that depending on where you are around the world, cursing is considered in different lights. So there are certain locations where cursing is very readily done, and there are other locations where cursing is very rarely done. And that's really going to change how you go forwards from this point onwards. Also, in terms of nightmares, sleep disturbances, strange smells, that kind of thing, I would always make sure that you are double checking that it's not caused by anything else. So if you are suddenly experiencing very, very vivid nightmares, just make sure it's not any medication that you've changed. Make sure that it isn't something in your home. You know, if you're waking up with really severe headaches, make sure that you're checking your carbon monoxide, that kind of thing, just to really cover your grounds. Now, if you have protections in place, what's likely going to happen is you're going to notice your protections weakening a lot faster, or you're going to have protections breaking. So if you have, just as an example, I have a little bottle here, this would say shatter, or something strange would happen to it, just as an example. If you have witches' bottles that have urine in them, they're likely to break for this kind of thing. If the energy becomes too much for them to cope with, they will just sort of crack. And at that point onwards, it's about, if you have protections in place and you don't feel like anything has come through those protections, just strengthen those protections. You can, typically I would recommend sending it away rather than, I mean, you can do like mirror workings, return to sender workings, where you're basically reflecting it all back at the person who sent it your way. The one thing I will say about these is sometimes you can end up in a game of tit for tat, where you basically, it's like a tennis match. You have that energy. No, you have that energy. And it's just like bouncing back and forth and just gets kind of exhausting. So I'd say give yourself a cleanse, protect your space, and either return that energy down into the earth, literally just bounce it off your protections, your space, your life, and just straight back into the ground again. So it doesn't just get tit for tat back and forth, because that can just get really, really exhausting. But for the most part, a lot of the time people think they're cursed. It's more than likely not a full-blown curse. So what can often happen, and what I find happening a lot when people think they're having their spells backfire on them, so that's when you cast a spell and you get negative experiences as a result of that. Sometimes that is because you haven't necessarily released all of the energy from that spell. So if, say, for instance, you did a spell for, I'm trying to think of a really good example that would give you probably negative side effects. If you are, say, in a really, really happy marriage and you cast a love spell for somebody else, if that energy is still in your home and it hasn't fully been released, you're likely going to find people sending messages, you're likely going to find people coming into your life looking for romance with you, and that might put a negative strain on your happy marriage for no reason other than that energy is just left lingering around and you didn't fully release it. Same with like prosperity workings. If you do a working for somebody to get a very particular job, but the energy is still in your space, you might find that your job goes to hell because the energy is trying to get you to the place that you did that spell for. And so you might find that your job goes to hell. You can't get something else except this singular job that was in this particular working. Sometimes it can be unwanted energy from other people, from other spirits. Sometimes it can be energy that we've left lingering around ourselves. So sometimes what people think of as curses could just be negative energy that's just stuck around that you can then sort of cleanse off and dispel. I generally try to work on the principle of start with the simplest answer and then go up from there. So more likely than not, it's going to be energy that's left lingering around. Cleanse yourself, cleanse your space, cleanse any items you've brought into that space, cleanse things that you take to work with you, cleanse your car, you know, whatever the energy is associated with, and then work upwards from there, because for the most part, long-term cursing isn't as common as a lot of the lower, more likely, lesser energies. Okay, I hope that that one was useful. I do have an entire video on curses, hexes, and jinxes if you do want to check that out. I think that's just what it's called. I think that's actually what it's called. So yeah, let's have a look, see. What else have we got here? What are your thoughts on spirit boxes? So I suppose the question I have here is, are we talking a spirit box like a talking box, the things that are used in spirit investigations? Or are we talking about a spirit box, a box that contains a spirit? Because they're kind of two things that have the exact same name. So you'll have to let me know which one is being referred to here, because I can talk about both of them if people are interested in both of them. So if we were to say talk about a spirit box, communicate with ghosts. Okay, so I always find spirit boxes to be incredibly fascinating, because a spirit box is a way of communicating, but it's often sort of indirect communication. So what it does, at least as far as I'm aware, is it will rapidly flick through different radio stations, like radio frequencies. And it will do it so quickly that you're getting like a fraction of a second on each radio station. So it's just like, and you can hear it like, it sounds like it's glitching out, where it's like bouncing from one thing to another really, really, really quickly. And this then, when paired with spirit communication, is often used alongside recording devices, or it can just be used in a live setting where you set it in a place and it is rapidly changing channels. Like so fast, you cannot get really even a full word, let alone anything else, coming through in one go. And you would ask the spirits in that space, or an individual spirit, if you know them by name, to answer particular questions for you and to use the energy and what the spirit box is offering as a way of communicating. And you might well find that you start getting full sentences coming through with the spirit box. And the belief here is that the spirit is able to manipulate the channels, manipulates what's happening to be able to get full sentences coming out. Now, some people think that the entire thing is baloney. Some people 100% believe it. I will leave that one entirely up to you. But I do think that it's really interesting, the experiences that people have, because you will go from having a rapidly changing, indecipherable signal, basically. You can't tell what's going on. To all of a sudden, in direct response to a single question that has been asked, you will get an immediate full sentence reply to that question. I think that is absolutely fascinating. I really, really, really want to get one. I should just get one and fully try it out, because I know I have spirits here, but I also know many places around that have spirits, and I would absolutely love to give that a go. I really want this year to go to different haunted places. I think that would just be so cool. Now, in terms of spirit boxes, I know this technically wasn't the question, but I've mentioned it now, so I've started, so I'll finish. I feel like I'm on a mastermind. That's the show. So a spirit box, we saw them go really, really, really viral on probably YouTube about 2018, 2019, I want to say. People were buying haunted dolls, they were buying curse boxes, and they were buying spirit boxes. And there are certain boxes in certain traditions. And I don't know a great deal about the ones belonging to very specific religious traditions, but generally speaking, they have been used to contain a spirit. So a little bit like a spirit trap. It's just one type of spirit trap. And sometimes they're used for malefic spirits, and really that's what they should primarily be used for. But sometimes they are used for just general spirit trappings. And sometimes they're just found randomly. You'll just find a box that's been like sealed up and it's like covered in like protective things, like it's got wax in it and it's like lead lined, that kind of thing. Sometimes you'll find those kind of boxes. Quite often though, the ones that you will see that are the most famous are the ones that are sold as spirit boxes. I'm trying to think of the actual name that's really, really famous. Is it a Dybbuk box? Dybbuk. It's a concept in Jewish mythology. These are the ones that you see spoken of the most, and they are claimed to be haunted by a particular type of spirit. And they're the ones that went incredibly viral in a really horrible way on social media about 7 or 8 years ago. They were everywhere and people were mistreating them in such awful ways. And so I think it's just, when we find spirited objects, I think it's just really important that we're very mindful of the traditions that they come from, the belief systems that they come from, and also of the spirits themselves. If that is, even if it's not something that you believe in, I think it's always a good standpoint just to be respectful regardless, and just be really careful with what you're getting when it comes to spirited objects, that everything is ethical and that you aren't doing anything maliciously to cause anything or anybody any harm. So let's have a look. See, would you say witchcraft still works if you're skeptic and have troubles believing in what you do? This is a really, really difficult one, right? So it's difficult mostly because a lot of the time what is done needs to have some semblance of belief behind it. Even if you are wanting to work with the, what is it called? My brain has gone to mush. You have a sugar pill and you think it works because you are mentally getting yourself to a place where it works. There's a name. I'll get there eventually. Placebo. I got there eventually. So they just started coming through. Yeah, placebo. That's what I'm thinking of. So even if you want something to work as a placebo, it needs to be, to you, something that you believe is going to have an effect. So in that case, then if you're doing spells and rituals, but you're actively saying that you don't believe in it and nothing's going to happen, then you aren't going to be having any sort of placebo type effect from it. If anything, you're just convincing yourself it's not going to work. When it comes to working with spirits, if you are not necessarily going, I suppose, if you are going out of your way to sort of push the fact that there's no reality in this, that kind of stuff, then a spirit is going to turn around and be like, well, why would I want to work with somebody who doesn't even think I'm here? So I'm just not going to. So spells and rituals, even if it's nothing more than just enjoying the experience and believing that it's going to have some influence over your perspective on a particular topic, I think it's really important to have at least some enjoyment in the experience and being able to separate yourself out from belief or not belief. I don't know if that makes any sense. So I don't think you necessarily have to be 100% believing in it. I don't even necessarily think you have to be 75% believing in it, or hell, even 50% believing in it. But I think the important thing is to not be in that mindset when you are actively doing whatever it is that you're doing, whether it is a spell, whether it's a ritual, whether it's trying to connect with a deity, whether it's trying to connect with a spirit. It's really important that in that moment, you can just step away from your mental connection to it and say, okay, well, whether this works or not, either way, I'm going to be in the moment, I'm going to be present, and I'm going to allow whatever will happen to happen. So I think it's less about belief and it's more about being able to get yourself into that headspace. So, for instance, if you are going to, I don't know, a comedy show and you're spending the entire night going, I know that this comedian's not going to be funny and I don't even know why I'm here. More likely than not, you aren't going to find anything funny because you're so determined that things won't be funny that you end up putting yourself in a bad mood for the entire night. That's probably the best analogy that I can give. So it's just about going into it and just saying, you know what, even if nothing comes from it, I don't have to prove anything to myself. I don't have to disprove anything to myself. I can just enjoy the psychodrama of this ritual that I have set up. And if at the end of the day, the only thing that comes out of it is that I'm a little bit more driven towards a job or towards love or towards a new house than I was before, then that is a bonus. And then sort of going from there. Now, the same sort of applies when it comes to tarot readings and the like. It's not necessarily believing or disbelieving. It's more about just giving yourself the opportunity to be in that moment. So, for instance, if you're shuffling the cards and you're being like really like haphazard and you're not really that fussed about it and you're actively basically trying to ruin that reading because you don't believe in it and this is entire baloney and what's the point, and you're just like not actually doing that reading, you may as well not do that reading. Whereas if you don't believe in tarot, but you're still willing to give it a realistic go, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. And if you do like it, then fantastic. That's the better way of coming at it. I hope that makes sense. So it's not so much about belief. It's just about giving yourself the opportunity to be present in that moment and then seeing where it goes. You know, you might decide you absolutely hate it and you never want to do a spell or ritual ever again. You might decide that actually maybe there's something else that you want to look into. Maybe there's a different avenue you might want to go down, and you might find something that really works for you. I mean, a lot of people perform witchcraft. Instead of it being a spiritual act, they believe it to be a psychological act. A lot of people today and a lot of books on witchcraft come at it from a psychological perspective, whereas it changes the way you perceive the world around you, and therefore it gives you more focus, more drive onto the things that you desire. And that's how they perceive their spells and rituals to manifest. Whereas for other people, myself included, I'm sure many of you, perceive witchcraft as a spiritual act. And it is the connection with the natural world, the elementals, the spirits, the fair folk, the deities, the ghosts, the ancestors, as well as our own energy that is directed towards our goals that manifest results. Ultimately, it really doesn't matter which side of the fence you're on, as long as you are getting the results that you want out of it. And if it turns out it's not something that you really want to do in the long run, that's totally fine too. You know, I think it's about having the willingness to give it a college try, and then from that point onwards, it's really just down to how you feel about it in a couple of weeks, couple of months, whether it's something that you really want to continue on with. Right, let's have a look-see. Hi Hearth, in Suffolk we have green children, orphered mermen, burial mounds, black shuck, UFO, mermaids. What do you have? So any number of different things, actually. I'm not going to give any kind of location because that would just be really bad. I never have and I never will. But we have loads of different things. We have merfolk, we have werewolf stories, vampire stories, we have ghosties and ghoulies, all manner of different things, UFO sightings. We have so much, and I think that a lot of the time, actually, there's a lot of places that have more than what is initially thought of. There's some places where you see the name and you think, oh, you're associated with, I'm trying to even think of somewhere. I'd see like, oh, in Devon, right? You would have the cats. And often you're thinking of like the Beast of Exmoor, or like is it the Beast of Bodmin? That's in Cornwall, isn't it? There's the Beast of Exmoor and there's the Beast of Bodmin. Anyway, you think of like big cats as being like the predominant thing. Whereas I think if you look deeper into any specific area, you'll basically find any number of different things hidden away. One of my favourite sites to look at years and years ago, and actually I still go on every so often to have a look. I think it's called the Paranormal Database. It's called the Paranormal Database. Oh, they changed the way it looked. Oh, I kind of missed how it looked. And you can like go to different places and you can see what they have access to. So if I were to go, say, let's have a look-see, Suffolk. Let's see if I can find Suffolk here. Just to have a look-see. Go England. Ooh, actually, given that we were talking about it earlier, I might go Cornwall because we were talking about kind of the ghosty, like the interesting locations earlier, and they have loads of ghosty sightings. So they've got goblins, you have haunting manifestations in the 1900s, you have fairies spotted on a beach cliff top and the steps in the late 20th century, haunting manifestations at the Royal Oak, what was the Royal Oak Hotel. You have haunting manifestations at Bodmin Jail in 2003, 2005 and 2013. This site is so interesting. You've got the Beast of Bodmin, the Grey Lady, you have different legends of Bodmin Moor, you have kobold, so you have mining ghosts and spirits. And I love the Paranormal Database website, not necessarily for in-depth research necessarily, but for anecdotal evidence. It is people who've just had this little story, you know, they aren't paranormal investigators, they are not specializing in this field, they're just people who've had a really, really weird experience, and they have the location, they have the date, sometimes down to the day, sometimes down to the hour of when these things happened. And they just submit them, and you can just go and look at people's accounts. And I always think that is so interesting because you often find accounts that you would never ever experience. So here we have Green Car. This is it's on a road between town and 5 lanes. It was in the 1970s, seen by at least 2 independent witnesses at different times. An old-fashioned green car containing 4 men who appear to be laughing, and then the vehicle just vanishes. Or you have Spinning Maid, a haunting manifestation at Buzarva, I definitely said that wrong, Treworth Manor House, which is no longer standing. A shade was said to have been laid in a room, which was subsequently bricked up, though released many years later by a curious night worker who could hear noises coming from behind the brickwork. Like, it's just such an interesting place that I just love like diving into this. You could just go down a rabbit hole into these things. So the paranormal database is UK based, I believe. I don't think they have anything international at the moment, but they might expand onto it. And it's broken down into different areas. So you have like the northeastern Yorkshire, the northwest, east of England, East Midlands, West Midlands, centre, Greater London, southwest, southeast, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland, and other regions. Let's have a look. What are the other regions? Isle of Man, Channel Islands, Netherlands and Belgium, Jersey and Guernsey. But they may well add more things on in the future. I know that this website's been going for... I used to look at it like when I was in high school. So it has been going for quite a long time, and it's just such an interesting website. You could just pick a spot. Let's just pick Greater London. And they even have it broken down into districts. So if you want to be looking at the NW3 district or the E1 district, you can. So, for instance, Unlucky Cat, E1, 88 Newark Street, Whitechapel, a haunting manifestation in the 1950s. The family who lived here for 6 years reported a suppressive atmosphere and terrible luck. Their children reported a phantom cat, while the mother was too scared to enter certain rooms. That's it. That's all you get. You don't get like this full deep dive, but then you can take the information that you find and you can like see if you can cross-reference it from other sources, see if you can find where it came from. It's just so good. And I wish more places had something like this that you could just submit your stories to. And actually, while I'm on that point, I just thought about that. So every couple of weeks I was doing the Spirit Sundays episodes, where it was one of your ghost stories that I would share on my channel. And so we could have a chat about it and have a talk about it. The plan was, and it still is, it's still going ahead, that is going to be merged with the podcast. So we're going to have ghosties and ghoulies in both accounts from yourself and loads of people on the channel, as well as stories from up and down the country and the rest of the world. So it was going to be a mix and match of both of them, because one of the next questions would be, if I can find it, it was right here, is Through the Blackthorn Arch coming back again, the podcast? And it definitely is. Here we go. Will you be doing more episodes of Through the Blackthorn Arch? And I will be in a slightly different format. So the podcast is coming back again. To start off with, it's going to be on Patreon, and then it's going to be available on streaming services. And they are going to be a mix of the same folklore and ghost stories that was in the first season, but mixed in with that are going to be some of your ghost experiences as well, to take it from being just a folklore-y type podcast to being more grounded in people's real experiences. So one episode is going to be about something from history, some like ghost sighting, and the next episode is going to be one of your stories, and then it's going to be about a specific not fantasy thing, but like a folkloric legend, and then we're going to be back to one of your stories again, so that we make sure that we're keeping kind of the ghosty ghouliness more in the realm of people's experiences than just like a fantasy entertainment type thing. So it is called Through the Blackthorn Arch. It is available on Spotify. I believe it's also available on Apple Podcasts. I will have to double check. So the episodes are going to initially come out on Patreon for all of my Patreon supporters, because you guys massively help me keep this channel going. And then they're going to be available for everybody else on streaming services, so that you can go and listen and go and watch these things. And hopefully that's then going to allow me to do the research, because the research is very, very intensive. So it's going to be like research heavy, one of your stories, research heavy, one of your stories, so that I can try and be more consistent with it. So that is the plan for this year. I'm already 5-6 episodes into filming, scripting, editing. So hopefully that's not going to be too long. But yeah, so that we can get more of your stories on there as well, because some of the ones I have recorded are actually incredible, like spine chilling. I couldn't even think of a word then. Some of them are so gut-wrenchingly spine chilling. We're talking familiar spirits, we're talking water spirits, we are talking everything that goes bump in the night, and it is creepy, creepy, creepy. So I'm really looking forward to that. I need to finish editing a few more episodes before I can even start considering posting them, but we're getting there because it's been 5 years and I really need to get around to doing that. Will they be on YouTube? I'm not sure. So to start off with, they will be on the Patreon, and then they will probably end up being some YouTube. Any that I have videos for will end up on YouTube. The ones that are just audio will only be available on podcast platforms. It's something that I definitely need to streamline out the order that I'm going to be doing things. So give me a bit of time on that one and I will get back to you. But just to make it, I want it to be as accessible for everybody as possible. But I know that they didn't do particularly well on the channel because podcasts are more something that people would just want to listen to, like while they're cleaning or while they're cooking and stuff. So I still need to figure that one out, but let me know whether you would rather it be on YouTube, whether you'd rather them be on podcast platforms. Both, let me know, but they're definitely going to be Patreon first, and then at the very least on podcast platforms, just so that people can listen while they're driving and scare themselves half to death, because that's fun. Because some of us are creepy and that's really entertaining. Right. Let's have a look, see. I'm here. How do you feel about banishing spirits? I always feel a bit weird about taking control of a space unless it's malevolent. Perhaps they were here first. Yeah, I have the exact same feelings on it. I feel a lot of the time really, really guilty, especially if I'm entering into a space where I haven't been present in for very long, and I basically just say to all of the energy and all of the spirits that I don't want them here, leave. Because the reality of it is, a lot of the time, spirits have been there a hell of a lot longer than you have. I mean, if you're living in a really old house, spirits could have been there for hundreds, 200, 300, 400 years. If you're living in a location that has a lot of history in the land, you could be looking at land spirits that have been in that environment for centuries, millennia. And to come in as a human with a really short lifespan and just be like, it's mine now, get out, feels kind of bad to me. So generally speaking, unless it's something malevolent, I don't tend to ask anything to leave. But if it is malevolent, I do tend to then put things in place to start removing that energy, that spirit. So it would start by being a request, and then it would be a cleansing, and then it would be a cleansing and then a protection. And if that still doesn't work, then we're getting into that sort of banishing territory. Now, I suppose the main thing that I want to emphasize is that I think a lot of people assume that banishing is something different than it is. Now, banishing is a sliding scale, so I suppose there are kind of extremes to it. But when people think banishing, they often think that they are sort of eviscerating that spirit from existence, that they just poof and they just disappear. At least that's the impression that I get when I've spoken to people at events and shows. Sometimes it's especially, I'm going to be really honest, things like Supernatural don't help. I'm talking about the TV show here, in the perspective of sort of banishing, that something will just like turn into dust and just disintegrate. Banishings, if anything, are more of a intensive pushback, for the most part anyway. So if you banish something from an object, it will be dispelled from that object, but it doesn't necessarily leave the space. So if you have, say, a haunted mirror in your home and you do a banishing in your home, it will go from the mirror to outside of the mirror. And then if you don't protect that mirror, it can just go straight back into that mirror again. So you would want to banish and then protect that mirror. But if you're doing it inside your home, what would often happen is you banish it outside of that mirror, it's now in your house, and so it now picks a different mirror or a vase or a glass, or it's still in that environment. So typically it's about pushing away, cleansing that space to stop it from settling, and then protecting that space. So if you're cleansing an object, if you're banishing a spirit from an object, do it outside of your home, because that way you are removing it from the object and it's not inside your house, it's now outside. You would want to cleanse that object to stop that energy and that spirit from reattaching, and then you would want to protect it. The same applies when it comes to banishing out of a home. You would want to banish a spirit out of your home, cleanse your home, and then put protections back up to stop it from coming back in again. But also make sure that you protect yourself, because if you are outside unprotected, the spirit can basically just piggyback onto you, because if you can enter your wards and your protections, the spirit that's attached to you can as well. So that's just something to bear in mind. Now, there are more extreme banishings that go beyond, and they are often reserved for spirits that have a secondary home, or I suppose should I say a primary home. So a lot of spirits are what's known as earthbound, so that means they are attached to this place. So this would involve some, but not all, members of the Fae, ones that live in the natural world, and they live in our plane. So for instance, brownies would often be considered earthbound, because while they can traverse between planes, they can go to Elfame and back again, they often don't choose to. Whereas if you're talking about the higher Fae, the Seelie and Unseelie courts, they're not considered quite as earthbound because they travel around a lot more. They're not necessarily in our environment all of the time. If we're talking about nature spirits, they're earthbound. If we're talking about earth spirits, so land wights, genus loci, they're earthbound. If we're talking about humans that have died and they don't know that they're dead and they're attached onto objects, or they're just wandering around a place where they know, they're earthbound. So when we banish those spirits, even with a super intensive banishing, you're basically just pushing them away from that location. But there are some workings for people. How would I best describe this? People who are wanting to remove particular types of spirits, they can return them to the place where they originate from. So not all spirits are earthbound. Some spirits come from other places. And so you can do an intensive banishment that will return them back to the place of origin, the place that they are most linked to. And if they are not linked to a physical object or a location on Earth, because they're not earthbound, you can send them to that other place. But that doesn't mean they can't come from that other place back again, if that makes any sense. You're basically just bouncing them back, and then they can come back if they do choose to. So I suppose that's one way of making it feel less bad about banishing, because most of the time you're just pushing it away from that space. But I wouldn't do it unless you really needed to. I think it's best reserved for spirits that you've tried everything else and you just can't make it work. So let's have a look, see just while I get into here. So far people are saying, yes, YouTube, I'd like them on YouTube. So what will probably happen is they'll probably end up being like extra Sunday videos, like extra videos. I don't want to replace anything that I already do, but it will probably be Patreon first, then YouTube streaming services, so that you can decide whether you want to listen to it in a car or whether you want to just watch it on the screen. I don't know if all of the episodes though are going to have audio, are going to have visuals, just because it's so difficult to edit and get everything right, that some of them might just be audio, so I'll have to figure out how to do that. But I will try where possible to put them on YouTube as well. If you haven't already watched any of the previous season, there is a playlist. It's in the podcast tab of my YouTube channel. If you actually click on the channel itself, you can click on the podcast channel, and that will open up all of the videos that were in season 1. We had some really interesting ones. Let me have a look at what we actually had, because it's been a long time since I had a look-see. I think the last season was 2021. Oh my god. So yeah, we had Frightful Folk Medicine, Mermaid Spirits, the Pit and Weem Witches, which is all about a Scottish witch trial, the Green Children of Woolpit, the Legend of the Giant's Causeway, Black Shuck, the Headless Horseman of the Tower of London, the Welsh Mary Lwyd, Lunar Eclipses, Ghosts and Empathy, Candle Substitutions and Spider Signs. And then I've got a couple more episodes that are going in season 2 that are listed on there, so I don't want to say too much about those ones. But yeah, all of that is in season 1, all available for you to watch. They came out, oh god, 3 years ago. I really need to get on and finish season 2. Like, really bad. Okay, let's have a look, see. So what fertility spells can I do if I want to have a baby? Are there any good books about it? Thank you so much for taking questions. So when it comes, I feel like I have to say this to start off with. Excuse me for having to do this, but I just feel I need to. Obviously, when it comes to these kind of things, I would always recommend going through medical professionals, always making sure that everything is going right from a medical standpoint before relying super heavily on just witchcraft. But with that being said, there are quite a lot of folk practices out there. I don't know that many of them personally, but I do know that apples are commonly used as a folk medicine for fertility and have been for hundreds of years. So I would recommend looking into, if you're interested in folk magic, have a look into different traditional methods, traditional items that were used for fertility style workings, because people have been using witchcraft for fertility for centuries, for probably thousands of years. But there's loads out there. I mean, just before we got onto the live stream, I loaded up like a range here, and this is just on Reddit. I don't necessarily consider Reddit to be a massively wonderful source of information, but it is good for getting people's personal experiences. So this is just share your favorite folk customs, rites and spells for fertility. I just found it on Google. And you have apples is the one thing which kind of lines up with what I already knew, which was that apples are often really good. Keeping apple seeds under a bed is often considered to be really popular. In a little red bag under a pillow is really popular. But there's just so many different things out there, different localized traditions. I would recommend, unless anybody in the comment section has any of their own, to have a look at different folk customs. Obviously, bear in mind that not all of them are suitable for today's modern understanding of medicine, but they can be useful as like a starting off point for where you want your folk magic or your fertility spells to go. Right, I'm just gonna have a drink. See, I've now forced myself to have a giant bottle of water, so I actually drink water. Right, let's see where I am. I'm somewhere over here. It's so big, I don't know where to put it. Okay, so this one is, what are some tips and tricks to connect with land spirits? I've tried before using a bell and giving them offerings, but it hasn't worked so far. Generally speaking, I typically would say, to start off with, don't do anything. It is the most counterintuitive thing that I can offer, but generally I would say just spend time out in nature. Because especially if we're able to spend time on the land that we're working with, then it allows us to get a baseline understanding of the energy of that place, what we're generally working with. And then over time, it's going to be about recognizing small changes. You'll likely find, and this is likely going to take months as well, but land spirits, their energy is going to change as the year goes on because they're innately linked to the natural world. And so you'll often find that different events will change how that energy feels. If there has been a particularly bad storm and it's upset the energy of the natural world a little bit, you're likely going to feel that energetically. And that's where we can start noticing the changes in that baseline. So we can see where the energy goes up and down, but then if there are particular days where it feels like something isn't quite right energetically, you can start noticing those highs and lows are unique and that they're different. And then we can start going in with offerings, communication, that kind of thing, because then you've got an idea of sort of where, how do I best describe it, where our actions are best placed. If offerings are not necessarily working, you're going to notice that because that energy is not going to heighten for you. Instead, it may well start going down. The energy might be pulled away. If you want to then try a different offering, you might notice that that energy goes up a little bit. If offerings just aren't the thing at all, you might find that the energy just stays the same. You might want to try something else. Maybe it's words that are more meaningful. Maybe it's time that's more meaningful. And I think that's what makes land spirits so unique, is that because they're innately attached to land, what you'll often find is they're also connected to people who came before. So it's worth looking into folklore, traditions, customs of your local area, because you may well find that there are certain seasonal times of year where offerings were given. And so if you're giving an offering at a totally opposing time of year, that land spirit might be like, no, you don't know enough about me, you don't understand what's suitable for me, and therefore I'm not going to give you a response. So as with all spirits, they can tend to be a little bit finicky. Finicky not necessarily in a bad sense, just like people are. Different people have different quirks, they've got different ways of going about things, different preferences. So it's very much about getting that baseline, because once you have that in place, then it's much, much easier to identify peaks and troughs in that energy. And also you can start working with, I find that pendulum divination or dowsing rods, I'm not sure if you can see them, I have a pair of dowsing rods like just down here, can be incredibly useful for it, because they really, really easily connect with water, with magnetism, with the natural energy of the world. And so more than tarot and oracle, I find that things like pendulums and dowsing rods can be incredibly useful for communication. That's then going to give you an even easier way to connect that isn't just the highs and lows of energy, but it's also seeing it in a physical sense, where you can then start using a spirit board or a talking board if that's something that you're interested in, where you can get more detailed conversation out of it. Ooh, thank you so much for your continued support and helping witches all over the world. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Gus G. Thank you so much. And also Indy, thank you so, so much. Appreciate all the time you give. I appreciate everybody, including you, who comes on and listens to the live streams. Thank you so, so much, because every single live stream I'm like, oh my goodness, this is going to go really bad. Nobody's going to turn up. Oh my goodness. And then I get onto the live stream and it's just fun. And you would think that after, like, how many years have I been doing these live streams? Like 7 years of doing monthly live streams. You would think that I would calm down. But I don't, like, ever. Okay, let's have a look, see, where am I? Also, sorry to ask so many questions. Oh, never be sorry to ask questions. Ask away, I'm always happy for it. Are there ways to interpret astrology that are not in conflict with science? I suppose the question is, where is the conflict with science? Because that then is then going to influence everything that goes forwards. Because the reality of it all is that even science can sometimes contradict science. So I think it's really important that to have like the baseline, I think. And also it depends on who's reading. Because if you're looking at an astrology book that is very, very new age, very anti-science, that's not me saying that new age equals anti-science, but if you are looking at an astrology book that is written from a perspective of anti-science, then that is obviously going to more intensely contradict what we know. Whereas I often find that I more resonate with books that have been written by astronomers, that have been written by people who are very interested in astronomy as well as astrology. I find that those ones are particularly interesting. And if anything, like, I feel, just from a personal stance, astrology should never be taken as hard fact. And I feel the same with tarot readings. I feel the same when working with spirits and working with deities. And that could be seen as a really unpopular opinion. And maybe I need to do another of those unpopular opinions, and that would probably be in it, because a lot of people in the community are very much, oh, well, the tarot said, I mean, I don't know if anybody has seen this happening, but I saw a video like fairly recently of somebody claiming that somebody committed a heinous crime because their spirits had told them that somebody, or their tarot, I forget what it was, had told them that this person had committed this heinous crime. Based off nothing else, the accusation was made. And I think it's really, really important that everybody in the magical community is able to take a step back and say, okay, well, my experiences with the tarot is not infallible. My abilities are not unshakable. I might be really, really dead set that something is going to happen, but if anything changes, that could also change the reading. And I think that's just a really important thing with tarot, with astrology, with spellwork and ritual and everything, is the acknowledgement that things can change and things can shift, and very rarely are things set in stone. And with the astrology, it is an interesting influence rather than, say, a dead set thing that is going to apply the same way to everybody. But yeah, you have to just make sure that, I think it's that grounding that I think everybody needs, and most people will have it, but some people don't, and it's kind of scary. The same applies, by the way. really want to emphasize here, the same applies in everything. So the same applies in different religions, the same applies in different belief systems all around the world. 99% of people are going to come at it from a very measured perspective, but you will find the occasional book that makes you sit back and go, whoa, that's intense. Right, have a look. See, I'm somewhere around here. Let's have a look. Okay, I just did that one. I just did this one, which means I must be on this one. Okay. I want to work with house spirits, but I don't know where to begin. Do you have some resources for the topic, please? Not necessarily resources per se. I know that there are some books out there that cover it. I don't think I necessarily have any in my collection though, so that's maybe a topic that I need to be kind of diving into a little bit more. But I suppose the first thing that, okay, I always, and I'm so annoying like this, I answer questions with questions, and you don't have to answer those questions in the chat or anything. It's just something for anybody who's interested in house spirits to kind of be looking into. So the first big question is, how old is your home and where do you live? And now I do not need you to tell me any like specific location or anything. That's not what I'm saying. But like, if you live in an area that is well known for having house spirits, so we're talking England, some parts of North America, England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, France often has a lot of house spirits as well, you are likely going to have an easier time connecting with them based off the material that is widely available. And I really want to emphasize that bit at the end, because a lot of books about the Fae, oh yeah, Nordic regions as well, do have a lot of house spirits, but they're often referred to as different things, which is where the confusion comes in. A lot of books that you will often find talking about the fair folk and house spirits are written from the perspective of England, the British Isles, or sort of Western Europe. You don't often find that many, at least I haven't found that many, and if anybody has any recommendations, do let me know, that are talking about them from other areas. Because they often get missed, because they often go by different names, and they're in different traditions that people often don't look into. So I've had like a whole bunch of messages from people saying that Japan has some really interesting like house spirits that almost exactly align with what is experienced elsewhere, but they just aren't referred to as brownies or house spirits or things like that. They're referred to differently. And so it's really useful to start off with, to figure out where you are in the world. I'm going to assume you already know that because you live there. And once you know sort of the basis that you're looking at, it's then about having a look at local resources and local traditions, seeing if you can find any folk magic books, books about mythology, legend from your local area. And that doesn't have to be like a specific region, like it doesn't have to be like a state or a county. It could simply be a country, just to sort of get an idea of what you're dealing with. You may well find mention of different spirits, and you might want to look into what that spirit actually is. Have a look into their appearance, where they reside, what the mythology is that surrounds them, to give you an idea of the kind of spirits that you might want to be working with. Because if you're following the traditions of, say, the brownie that we see in the British Isles, that might not apply in the same way, because you might have a similar house spirit, but they might not respond to the same offerings or the same kind of experiences. Like, keeping your house clean might not be as satisfactory to them as it would be to a brownie, for instance. So I think that it's really important just to get an idea of the kind of spirits in your area. Then it's about figuring out the age of your property. So any house that was built and lived in pre-industrialization, and that's going to be a different time everywhere in the world. So here in the British Isles, I mean, even depending on where you lived, it would happen at greatly different times, but we still experienced echoes of the fairy faith till probably the mid-20th century. So if you're looking at a property in a fairly rural area, in a location that has lots of fair folk or house spirits, and your house was built pre that industrialization, you may well have already a house spirit in your home and not just realize it. And that's where it start looking into different signs, different symptoms. That makes it sound like a disease, but like symptoms of a spirit being present. So, for instance, this could be that you wake up in the morning and things have moved around. And it doesn't have to be like really bad things, but you'll often find, at least in my experience, you'll often find shiny things. So you'll be missing like an earring, just one, can't find it anywhere. But if you ask for it back, you will find it the next day in like the most obvious place. And you will often find that if you ask for something the next day or in a couple of hours, or you'll go out and you'll come back in and it's right there. And you're looking at it and you're like, how did I miss that? That is in such an obvious place. There is no way that I could have missed that at all. And that's a good sign that you are dealing with some kind of spirit. It doesn't necessarily have to be a house spirit, but it can be. And that's when you would want to start greeting them when you come in, saying goodnight before you go to bed. It doesn't necessarily have to be a verbal thing. It can be an internal thing. But it is about then starting to keep your place tidy, maybe leave out some offerings. Typically, if you're talking about brownies, the kind of house spirits that we experience here in England and the British Isles, you're looking at honey, milk, bread, cakes. That kind of thing is the traditional offering for a brownie. And you would do this every couple of days, every week or so, to build a relationship with them, and they will often aid in house protection. They may aid in spells and rituals, keeping places energetically clean and the like. If you don't live in any of those environments and you aren't experiencing anything in your home, then it's about creating an environment that is energetically and physically suitable for a house spirit to move in. So, and specifically here, I'm not talking about the spirit of the house. I'm talking about house spirits like brownies and the like. So in which case you're going to want a space that is energetically quite tidy. So you're going to want a space that has high energetic vibration, so you want it to be quite strong energetically, but you want it to be orderly. So you don't want it to be chaotic energy, and that I don't mean like chaos magic. I mean like you want to make sure that the energy of the space is under control. So it's quite high vibrational, it's quite high energy, but it is controlled energy. That's super duper appealing to house spirits because that's an environment where they're going to be able to manifest really easily. And it's also generally very attractive to spirits. Positive and negative, but that's where protections come in. And then you may want to start leaving some offerings to draw spirits into that space. You may also want to participate with deities if they are willing to sort of send a good word out that you might want to be connecting with some house spirits, and then see what happens. You might find that you get information in tarot, in dreams, in meditation, in astral work. You might find they come to you in astral work. You might find that you start experiencing the moving of things, the changing in energy. That's something that you might experience with a house spirit, and then going forwards. But obviously it depends on where you are in the world and the kind of spirits that are present in that location, because just because milk, honey work in England and the British Isles, it doesn't mean that that same offering is going to work if you live in Japan or if you live in Mexico. You know, the traditions are going to be different, and we are very new to this compared to the spirits. A lot of the house spirits will remember when people honored them, and therefore you're going to want to be working with what was given in that location at the time. But yeah, UK has a massive interaction with Scandinavian history because we got raided a lot. If you have the fortunate chance of going to Northumberland, Lindisfarne is an incredible location. It was the location of some of the worst recorded raids. And you can go today, it's a National Trust site and an English Heritage site, depending on which, whether you go to the Abbey or whether you go to the castle. And it has an immense history of connection in a very negative sense. I mean, the Vikings did hundreds of people in a night when they landed on Lindisfarne. And we had Viking raids for a very, 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 very long time. And there was settlement, and for good or for bad in some cases. But we do have kind of that integrated... I mean, England has been raided by all manner of different people over the years. I mean, we had the Normans, we've got the Vikings, we had the Romans, like so many different people. And so we've ended up with sort of a strange collection of history and also of magical practices as well. If you go to Bath, they have found Roman curse tablets, and you can find them up and down the country that have been used by the settled Romans to perform their spells and rituals to their gods. And that's something that you wouldn't see in the pre-Roman period, where we weren't doing Roman curse tablets because there weren't any Romans here. And so there's quite a lot of sort of historical mismatching. Like this stuff, we've had the Saxons, we've got the Normans, we had the Romans, we've had so many different people over centuries that you often find that there's layering up of things. So once the Romans left, some of the stuff that they did and that they carried out disappeared, and some of it stayed, and the same applies to most things. But if you want to learn more about kind of Viking history in England specifically, go to Northumberland and Lindisfarne, and they've got Hadrian's Wall there as well, which is fascinating if you ever have the chance to go. If you live in England or Scotland or Ireland or Wales or anywhere sort of vaguely close. I mean, if you're coming from New Zealand, it might not be worth it, but it's really, really interesting if you have the chance to go and kind of listen to what happened. So, what is your take on working with elementals? So this one is... it's kind of an interesting one, because I think a lot of people don't realise that they have worked with elementals before. And for a lot of that, it is because they have perhaps performed Wiccan spells and rituals without realising it. So I started working with the elementals when I was a practising Wiccan, because I was learning all of the kind of the circle casting, circle closing rituals that were typically performed. And so how would I best... can I remember any of them word for word? Probably not word for word. But when you were doing a circle casting, what I would have done is I would have sort of energetically cast the circle, and then you would call upon the watchtowers, and you would call upon that elemental energy. So you would stand in different directions. So you would stand to the north, and obviously elemental directions change depending on tradition. So Wiccan tradition, the elemental directions are different than in some areas of traditional witchcraft, and then in some areas of other traditions they vary again, so just bear that in mind. But you would say stand to the northern direction, you would say I call upon the energy of earth, and you would list out the different associations that you would want that energy and that elemental energy to bring into that working. So if you were, say, doing a protection style working, you would say something like, I'm calling out to the watchtower of the north, element of earth, bringer of protective steadfastness and security. Come enter this circle and aid my working. And then you would leave whatever offering you had. So you might leave dirt, or you might light a green or brown candle, and then you would rotate round that circle. So if you were casting the circle, you would do it clockwise. If you were releasing that energy, you would go anti-clockwise. So you would then turn, never eat shredded wheat. Wait, that's the wrong way around. You would turn to the west. Wait, no, east. My brain has gone to mush. Anyway, you would then go round and you would go, I call upon the watchtower of the east, element of air. May you blow away the unwanted energies in my life and bring forth consistent positive energies. And then you would cycle round like that. And a lot of that calls upon the elementals. And a lot of people never, at least that I was working with, never realised that they were working with the elementals. So we would have conversations, and it would be like, oh, what sign are you? And I'd be like, oh, I'm a water sign. And they're like, oh, do you only work with the water element? And we'll have just done like a ritual that involves the calling of all of the elements in. And it's like, it's one of those where it's a subtle working of the elementals that I think a lot of people have done, but maybe they've never gone any further than that. And I think that it's a really interesting start for working with the elementals, because especially if you have been very sensitive to energy while you're doing that, you will likely be able to recognize when different elementals are in that environment. And you can immediately recognize that point when they are present in that space. So you're going round, and so north is for earth, and east is for air, west is for water, south is for fire. And so you work your way around. Never eat shredded wheat. That's right, isn't it? Never eat shredded wheat. Yeah, so you would go air. My brain, mush. Okay, so you work your way round and you get to water, and I call upon the watchtower of the west, you know, and you reel off all of these things. And then once you're done with that working, you have this circle that has all of these raised energies in it. And if you've left appropriate offerings or you've lit in the right candles for the different elements, their energy is also in that space too. And then once you're done, you send that energy out, and then you release all of the unnecessary energy, the leftover energy. You thank the different elementals. So you then go backwards. So then you then go west, south, east, north. Then you would release any other energies you've added into that space, and then you're done with that working, right? And that's the way that so many people did it, and I did it as well. But you may well have found at some point in your journey, as I did, you probably don't need all the elements in a particular spell. So for instance, in like a healing spell, I would perhaps only want to work with earth and water. And so you would only work with those two elements. You would only call in, got the hiccups again, those two elements. And if anything, I feel like that is a really useful place to start if the Wiccan tradition is where your practice has originated from. Wow, I said that really weird. Originated from. So if you're used to calling in all 4 quarters, maybe a good way of doing it is for particular spells and rituals, you only call in 3 of the elements or 2 of the elements, and then work down to 1 of the elements and feel how the energy in that space changes. Feel how it differs. Does a prosperity spell feel different if you're using the earth element than it does the air element? How does it feel if you do them both together? You don't necessarily need to perform a complete spell with them. You can just request that they enter into a space for the purpose of understanding them better, of connecting with them further. Does the energy of that particular circle feel different with fire than it does with fire and water? Does that countering energy feel incomplete? Is it better if you end up with some earth energy in there as well? Like, try different things out and go from there. I think that if though that isn't the style of practice that you are accustomed to doing, and maybe you're less focused on the kind of ritual aspect and you're more wanting sort of lower style magics, then it's really useful to be in a location where those spirits are very prevalent. So a good example for this would be to go to, how do I best describe this? You're not exactly going to be able to go to a volcano or anything like that, but go to a fire pit. If you're at a fire pit and you sit and you experience that and you connect with that energy, how does that feel? Start noticing little changes in it. Start noticing if you add your energy into that mix as well, how does that blend together? How does it feel? Go to a spring or a river or a lake, and then you're able to figure out how those different elementals and energies connect with one another. And once you've started being in their presence in that space, then you can start requesting that they aid you in workings. And to start off with, a little bit like working with plant spirits, you might want to be taking or requesting that you take a small amount of the water from a stream, or a little bit of, I say a little bit of fire, but like, you know, take some ashes from that fire to then use in a working, so that you can incorporate that into your spells and rituals. So they're added in a physical sense and then an energetic sense, and then you'll get to the point where you no longer need the physical representation of them to call them forth. I do think though that one thing that's particularly interesting, at least to me anyway, is that the visuals of the elementals doesn't necessarily match up with the history of their use. And I think maybe I'm going to have to do like a full video on this, because I find the topic just so fascinating. The undines, the sylphs, the different names and the different descriptions for the elementals have not always been present. They are, in the grand scheme of things, a fairly new addition. So if you don't necessarily feel as though you connect with the visuals that have been offered to you, then maybe a different visual is a better suited one for you. There's one book, I forget what it's called. It's in my beginner witchcraft book video. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do it for you and find it, because that's only reasonable, because I'm the one that's bringing it up. It's the book about hang on, where is it? It's not that one. It's not that one. Practical Solitary Magic. That's the one. Let me just double check that that is the one. Practical Solitary Magic by Nancy B. Watson. I actually need to get that back in stock on my website. I should really do that. Goes into working with the elementals and how to start connecting with them, which I think is particularly interesting for anybody who is curious about that, but maybe is only just starting out. But yeah, I often find if you were ever Wiccan at any point in your magical journey, you've already connected with the elementals and you maybe didn't even realize you were doing it, because so many people just don't. Do you know of any sun workings or any books on the topic? So I don't have any in my own collection, but a few months ago in the video that we did on new book releases, there was a book by Llewellyn that was coming out. Llewellyn. I can't spell Llewellyn correctly. There we go. Let me have a look. So it's called Llewellyn's Little Book of Sun Spells. It came out in December, so it will be in the December book releases video. Featuring more than 50 spells, this convenient portable guide to solar magic offers innovative ways to connect with the sun's energies for greater success and happiness. Impassion your practice with the sun's fiery radiance and manifest your desires for more abundance, courage, and cheer. With step-by-step instructions for witches of all skill levels, this 2-colour book offers a wealth of solar rituals, spells, and crafts to illuminate your path. Discover seasonal activities for each month and Sabbath, create a sunset potion for closure, victory powder for luck, a suncatcher for wishes. Melanie Marquis also teaches you how to enhance your spells with solar timing and a bounty of magical correspondences. And it mirrors Llewellyn's Little Book of lunar spells as well. But yeah, that's one to perhaps look into. No idea how good it is in the long run, but it does have pretty good reviews. I say it's only got one review at the minute. Let me just check Goodreads. I'll check this for you just in case, because I actually don't have this in my collection, mostly because this is me being really, 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 I want to say ruthless, but I'm never that ruthless, okay, it's me. Working with the sun is so simple that I don't necessarily think that you need an entire book, unless it is for inspiration on different associations and different things that you can carry out. It's very much of, think of the sun as a singular day's worth of lunar phases. Yeah, comes highly recommended by one dude. Yeah, that's why I need to check the Goodreads, because I just noticed that. I'm like, oh, it's only one person. Never mind. Let me go check it out. So think of solar energy as basically the lunar phases, just all in one go. So instead of it being over the course of 30 days, it's over the course of a single day. So sunrise is going to be that new moon into the waxing phase. So things are starting to grow, things are starting to amplify. This is the point in time when you want to be doing all of those workings to attract things towards you. Noon is like the full moon. It's the point where the energy is at its highest. You want to be finishing off your manifestation workings, achieving abundance goals and the like. And then as we head towards nighttime, as we're heading towards dusk, we're ending up with the waning phase. The energy is starting to reduce. We're starting to lose that energy. So you want to be doing this for things that are going to be going away from you. Cleansing workings, releasing workings, that kind of thing. And then as the sun sets, we're talking about that new moon energy where we're removing things from our life, banishing things, etc. Rinse, repeat every single day. You can then incorporate in like different herbs, different crystals, different deities, different astrological phases. If the sun is in different places, or if the sun is in Cancer, that's going to be different than if the sun is in Taurus, or if the sun is in Aquarius. And it's just a different way of doing things. Just take everything you know about solar magic and just mush it into a single day. And that's basically how how solar energy works. Oh my goodness, not lunar energy. That's how solar energy works. And it's just a faster way of doing things if lunar energy isn't necessarily for you. Whew. Okay. Let me have a look-see. Oh, I'm out of breath now. Whew, goodness. Do you have any book recommendations on remembering tarot card meanings? My readings take a long time. My biggest piece of advice, and this is probably like the most useless piece of advice ever, but genuinely, you don't have to remember them all, and it's okay if they take a long time. And I know that's not what was being asked here, but for anybody who is there and they're thinking that they're not a good tarot reader because their readings take ages, or they're not a good tarot reader because they still have to look at a book, it really is totally fine. I think unless you have a crazy, crazy good memory, and or you do readings very, very frequently, you're likely going to have to check a book every so often. I'm not immune to it, especially if I'm using a deck that I'm not used to, or if there's a particular card that looks very, very different to what it does in the Rider-Waite-Smith system, which is what I primarily used to read from. Then I'll be looking at it and I'm like, I'm getting a vibe off the card, but I actually don't remember what it's meant to be. Let me go and check. And that's having read for 10, 15 years, because I don't read on a daily or even a weekly basis. I will read maybe every month and a half, something like that. I don't go crazy with it anymore. So it's pretty normal, unless you have like really, really good memory, to forget what it is that you're reading. For me, I forget which book I actually have. It's in the other room. But most tarot books, if they're based on the Rider-Waite-Smith system, will have pretty much the same energy in them. So if you find a book that you feel particularly drawn to, just go with that one and stick with that one. But what I will say is, for the most part, it's just about consistency. Pick a card every single day, look at that card, see what you think that card means, write it down, then go to a book, whichever one it is, pick a book, and see what that card means by the book. And go, okay, well, what I had here was correct, but this bit wasn't quite correct. And then see how the rest of your day plays out. See if the way that you perceived that card actually turns out to be more or less true than the book definition in relation to the way that your day performed or your day was carried out. And by doing it that way, over time, you slowly get used to the fact that if you get the Hierophant, you know what it means. If you get the Fool, you know what it means. If you get the Two of Pentacles, you know what it means. But it also gives you the ability to improve how fast you can subconsciously and psychically draw information out of that card for your own readings. I forget which book I have for tarot. I got given it as a gift like 15 years ago and I've never stopped using it. I've never bought another one. That one's just good for me, so I don't know what it is though. I'll have to go and figure that out. Right, my fringe is driving me insane because it's going all gappy. So let me just fix it. Bop. I think I might have made that worse. It's fine. It's fine. Let's have a look-see. I was there. I answered that one earlier about Imbolc. But generally speaking, when it comes to Imbolc, I would look back at the previous videos on it, mostly because I haven't finished or even started filming the video for this year. So those previous ones show kind of the typical things that I would do for Imbolc. I try not to do the same things every year solely for video sake, but those things are typically the things that I will try to generally fit in. Right, let's have a look-see. Okay, here we go. So this is one that I think is really, really interesting, and it's something that does come up a lot. So hello, I'm non-binary, specifically agender, meaning I don't have a gender. In a lot of magic, there is feminine and masculine energies. I was wondering how I can work with these if I don't feel gender. So I think it's really, really important to recognize where the gendered terms come from. So they come from a point where it was an easier way of describing energies in terms of masculine and feminine than it was in descriptors. So anytime you see something as being masculine and feminine, I think it's probably better, rather than acknowledging them as gendered, instead to perceive them as a different type of energy. So what is often perceived as masculine energy is very fiery, it's very solar. They're often very driven energies. They're often highly protective, and they're designed to achieve things. That's in my experience anyway, as is everything on the channel and the live streams. When something is markedly considered feminine in its energy, it is often watery, it is often lunar, it is often abundance based, so it's about growth. It is about development, but often from an internal perspective rather than an external perspective. They are often about healing and nurturing. They are about family, friendships, connections, whereas masculine energy is more about drive and achievement. And I think that a lot of the time it comes from a very stereotypical point in history. And it's used a lot within the Wiccan tradition when we think that Wicca was really formalized in the late 1930s through the 1950s. They had very stereotypical meanings that we don't necessarily see the same today. So rather than perceiving it as being, say, masculine and feminine, it is very much about the way that energy is perceived. So if you are, yes, you can definitely use terms like active and passive. So both energies are just as valuable. They just go about things in a slightly different way. So if you were to work with solar energy, it might be considered more masculine because it's fire-based, it's solar-based, and it's often about drive. It is very expressive and exuberant. Whereas if we are talking about lunar energy, it's often considered very feminine. It has a full range of ability. It can achieve all that we want to achieve. It just goes about it in a slightly different way. So if we wanted to, I don't know, let me just think about what you would distinctly recognize as being two different energies. If you really wanted to succeed in a competition at work, you might want to be working with that solar, more masculine energy because it's very exuberant, it's very expressive, it's very outward facing, it is very fiery in nature, and it leans very heavily towards that competitive energy. Whereas if you wanted to improve your living environment, you might find that working with that typically feminine energy would help you have a more grounded relationship with your job, more balance in your life, so that you're able to achieve more at work, but rather than achieving it through success, through competition, instead you're achieving it through hard work and dedication. You're achieving the same goal, it's just you're going about it in a slightly different way. And that's probably the best way that I have found to describe the energy, is that it is just two sides of the same coin. It is the same energy, just expressed in a slightly different way. So I think, as was mentioned here by Curse, that active and passive might be better terms to use to describe them. Masculine energy is often more active. Feminine energy, emphasis on the quotations, feminine energy is often more passive. Both powerful, both can be used to achieve goals, both are realistically needed for balance in most situations, but they're just slightly different ways of going about it. And I think now we're slowly starting to find that the terms are being used less rigidly as they used to be. And I think it's a really, really nice thing to see, because I know that when I was focusing on Wicca, a lot of the time it was, oh, only a man can be the priest. And it's like, okay, but why? Oh, only a woman can be the priestess. Okay, but why? Because everybody contains like this different balance of energy, however you choose to describe it. Whereas now we're seeing a lot more flexibility of, if you can fulfill that energy in a ritual, it doesn't matter who you are simply a placeholder for that energy. You are not you don't have to represent the physical representation of that energy. You are just a placeholder for that energy, and it doesn't matter who you are, how you identify, because we all express this balance of energy in slightly different ways. So yeah, I'm glad that we're starting to like move out of the very gendered language, though you will still see it be used. It's just about having that distinction of passive and active. I'd love your thoughts on something that happened to me recently. I woke up and saw a dark figure sitting like a gargoyle in the corner. I didn't feel in danger at all. Okay. Before I dive into this, I do want to say that obviously, as with all of this is all my personal experience, personal opinion, yada, yada, yada. You've been here before, you know what I'm talking about. As soon as I heard this, I thought protection. So gargoyles have, while they look very scary and they're very intimidating, are used for protection style magic. If you ever order candles from my store, you will see that I offer gargoyle candles for protection, because that's what... Hiccups again. I keep drinking water and giving myself hiccups. because that's what they're used for. They are designed to be like a sentinel, this protective energy. And the fact that you've immediately said gargoyle speaks volumes to me, because often spirits will present themselves in the form that best represents something that they want to express. So if a spirit is wanting to scare you, they will often manifest in a way that is designed to be intimidating. They will come through to you in a way that is meant to freak you out. Whereas if a spirit has really positive intentions, they may well come to you in a form that is designed to appeal to you. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are meant to be like that, or that that's how they actually look. So think of it a little bit like stories of mermaids or stories of the fae. If they were designed to charm somebody, say they came to shore or they came to earth to charm a man, to trick a man, they may well make themselves appear to be a fair, beautiful maiden. And only after they have caught the attention of that man do they show themselves to be something other. Spirits have a way of giving us the version of themselves that they want us to see. And so as soon as you say gargoyle, I'm thinking, that's interesting, because if they've actively chosen to present themselves like a gargoyle, and gargoyles are well recognised within human history as being for protective purposes, it may well be that you're experiencing something that is designed to be protective. It could be a guide, it could be a guardian of some variety, an ancestor, something, but I'm suspecting some kind of guide. So you may well want to do some readings to see if you can figure out why they were present. Like, are they present for a particular reason? Is there something you need to be concerned about? Like, this is all things that you might want to consider going forwards if there is something that they are trying to shield you from. Right, water break. Okay, here we are. Do you have any rituals or ways to incorporate magic into stuff like doing the dishes or other mundane home tasks? Okay, I'm going to do the annoying thing again where I'm going to ask a question with a question, but it might sound a little bit condescending. I always worry about that, but then everybody says I don't, so yeah. Why? I suppose that's the thing, why? And I say that only because I have met so many beginner-esque practitioners who burn themselves out trying to incorporate magic into every aspect of their life, to the point where they turn around and say that they never want to practice magic ever again because it's not for them and it was too overwhelming, it was too much. So I always start with the why, because I think that's just important for me to say, because you don't have to be doing magic daily, you don't have to be doing it weekly if you don't want to, you don't need to be doing spells and rituals on a super regular basis. You will often perceive the world as being magical, regardless of whether you are actively practicing or not, if this is the lifestyle that you've sort of gone into. With that being said, though, there are obviously ways that you can incorporate it. So, for instance, in this regard, it was the dishes and other mundane home tasks. So if you are, say, cooking for yourself or your family and somebody has a cold or they're feeling a little bit upset at the moment, you might want to be washing their dishes in a particular direction whilst working your energy in order to remove those things from their life. So if they're not feeling very well, you might want to be washing things anti-clockwise. You might want to be charging that with energy to kind of push that unwanted energy away. If you're cooking food, you might want to be stirring it with intention. You might want to be drawing sigils in the top of your tea. If you put sugar in your coffee, you might want to be literally tipping the sugar in the shape of a sigil on the top of your coffee and then stirring in a direction, whether clockwise for attraction or anti-clockwise for removal. You might want to be choosing particular colours, like if you're picking the socks that you're wearing for a day and you really want to attract friends, you might want to be wearing pink socks. If you want to communicate better, you might want to be wearing blue socks. You can incorporate so many things. So you can do a physical cleanse, a physical clean and an energetic cleanse at the same time. When you're washing clothes, you might want to be adding some energy in. You might want to be choosing particular floor wash that you're using to clean the floor so that you can cleanse it and clean it at the same time. You might want to be using carpet sprinkles and powders if you don't have any pets, so that you can add specific energy into that space while you're doing your cleaning. There's so many different things that you can do, but, and the emphasis here is on but, if you don't necessarily need to be doing any of those things, then I think it's really important to not feel as though you have to. So it's very much, it's a choice, it's something that you can do, but if you are, say, perhaps new, it can be very, very easy for anybody listening to get sucked into the idea that you have to be doing things all of the time to be a valid practitioner. I have to be doing daily practice. You don't. You really, really don't. And actually, most of the time, the people that I have met that are 5, 10, 15 years into their practice, they don't do daily practice, and anybody that does is more doing magical housekeeping than active practice. So their daily practice might be a meditative cup of tea in the morning, and then in the evening it might be leaving an offering to their deity on an altar. That's their daily practice, instead of like the dozens of rituals that myself and I'm sure many other people do when you're starting out and you want everything to be magical. It can get kind of overwhelming sometimes. Right, let's have a look, see where I am. I'm somewhere over here. Okay, oh, sorry, interesting question. Very, very interesting question. So, what are some simple ways to cast spells for others? Is it the same for casting yourself, but with a tag lock for that person? Okay. So, a couple of different ways that you can do this. Firstly, casting for yourself is easy. Casting for other people, not so easy. And the reason for that is because you need more ability and more control over your energy manipulation. And this is why a lot of beginners, when they start casting for themselves, find it's dead easy. And then as soon as they try casting for other people, nothing works. It's because of that energy manipulation. So when you're casting for yourself, you don't need to move that energy anywhere. So you are raising energy through excitement, through interest, through music, through dance, through ritual. You are raising that energy, sometimes without even realizing it. You cast that spell, you close the circle or whatever it is that you're using, and it's in your space. And then because it's in your space, it's permeating into your belongings, it's permeating into your energy field, and you're experiencing manifestation through the things in your life because the energy is sitting in your environment. But when you're casting for other people, that's when it gets more complicated, because if that person isn't your sibling that lives with you, or your significant other, your child that lives with you, it can be a little bit trickier because you have to focus that energy on a very specific target. So that person could be sitting in the room, in which case you would essentially, okay, so firstly, you need the ability to manipulate energy. You need to be able to move it around. And that's useful regardless of whether you're casting for somebody else or casting for yourself. It's still incredibly useful. But if that person is in the room with you, you're raising that energy up through ritual, through energy, through music, all that stuff. And then you can physically put your hand on that person's shoulder and you are just pushing that energy into them. You don't necessarily even have to be touching them. You can have that energy permeate their energy field by pushing it into their energy field. So I'm imagining that you are the person that I'm doing this working on. I'm not doing anything, by the way, but just for reference. So I would be getting maybe like this far away from them. So however far my hands look from you right now, that's about how far they should be away. So you're looking at like 2 feet away from the person, right? This is the normal sort of scale of a standard energy field. And so you can push energy into their energy field that way. If you don't have them present, so this person is not around, but they're able to have something off you, you can charge a piece of jewelry, you can charge a piece of paper, a spell bottle, a spell bag, anything that they can carry around with them or have in their home. So this is for somebody that knows you're doing this spell. They are willing to have something in their environment or carried on their person. And so you can charge a sigil for them that they can keep in their wallet for prosperity. You can charge them a piece of jewelry that they can wear for protection as they go out about their day. These things are all kind of easier things that we can do to direct it towards a person, because once that energy is in that object, you then don't have to do anything else. Right? They might come back to you and ask you to recharge that object or that sigil or that necklace, but once it's on their person, it's doing that job. Now, when we're working with tag locks, This becomes slightly more difficult because it relies on you very thoroughly being able to focus on that person's energy. So anything that allows you to connect with them on a deeper level is going to be incredibly valuable. Photos, something that smells of them, something that belongs to them, incredibly useful. And you want to be holding that energy, and you are using that as a way of directing your spell. So you're essentially going to be using it as almost like a tracker, which sounds, now that I'm saying it, kind of horrible, but tag locks are linked to the person that they belong to. So for instance, if you have a child that is going to university and you want to offer them comfort and support energetically as well as emotionally while they're away, and you have one of their stuffed toys and you've said, like, would you be okay with me doing this? And they're like, yes, I would really love you to do that. If you hold that toy, that is energetically linked to your child. So the working that you are doing holding this is going to find it a lot easier to get to the target because they are linked to one another. So think of the two objects having like an invisible thread between them. And so if you are doing something holding an object on this side, it is going to be felt all the way down this energetic cord on the other side. And so having a tag lock makes it so much easier when it comes to doing spells like this. So a photograph of the person, a piece of clothing, some hair, something that belongs to them, you're going to want to be focusing on that energy. But instead of sending it into your space, you want to make sure that you are sending it outwards. So you are directing it away from your home so it can then find its target elsewhere. The third, fourth, I honestly forget what number I'm on, option is to create something that can consistently be attached to their energy. So puppets are a really good example of this. You create a puppet, say it is for healing. Let's go with healing. So you maybe live hundreds of miles away from somebody you really care about, and you know that they aren't feeling super great at the minute, and you really want to do something energetic to help them, but you want it to be something a little bit longer term. You don't want it to be a one and done kind of thing. You want this to be something that you can work with gradually over time as is needed. And so you might want to create a doll that represents that person. You might want to put into it a piece of clothing that belongs to your loved one, something that is associated with them into that doll. You link the doll to the person, and then you can perform your workings on that doll. And think of it like, a bit like I said earlier, but just imagine it now as being like cups. 2 cups with a piece of string in between them. Whatever you do on this end is going to come through on the other end. It's not going to be necessarily as strong, but it's going to ripple through that piece of string and come out the other end. So it allows us to do long-term workings. If you struggle with just releasing your energy just vaguely outwards, instead you're pushing it into a specific object. That way that object is then going to ripple on. It's going to go down this little thread that links the tag lock to the person to then manifest in the person's life. And that's I find that to be one of the easiest ways of doing it, because it gives you something tangible. It gives you something physical that you can look at. If you struggle with this sort of like ethereal, like, oh, I have to work with energy, how do I do that? This gives you something very, very physical that you can connect to, you can work with, that you can link to. And that, well, it is a puppet. That's exactly what it is. All puppets are this kind of like tag lock. They don't have to contain tag locks, but they are better at linking directly to a person. And it makes it so, so useful. And especially for healing, you can put healing herbs if you know that somebody's broken their leg. You can put healing herbs in the leg of that puppet that represents that person as a way of offering them energetic assistance as well as them doing what they can physically. I like that technique because it is so grounding. It is so, it's easy, it's tangible, rather than consistently doing workings and sending it out. Instead, you're focusing all of it on this physical thing. You can do the same thing with bags as well, like little spell bags. It's not quite as tangible because they don't look like a person, but it can be used in a similar way if you don't want to sew or buy puppets, that kind of thing. If anybody's ever wondering and you live in the UK, we offer puppets on the website that you can reuse, because I found that very useful. And so we decided to start making them because they're just super useful to use. Right, let's have a look-see. Oh, it jumped. Okay, let me scroll back up again to see where I am. It didn't jump all the way. Okay, that's good. When working with a pillar candle or glass container, what are your favourite ways to do it? I'm going to do a healing candle for someone and I'm looking for tips. I know we can dress it and draw on the glass. So, my favourite ways. I will get to that one. I will come back to that one in just a minute, Michael. I'll do this one first and then I'll bounce back to that previous question. So really it just depends on what we're talking about, because for the most part that's all you are going to need to do on it is dress the candle, draw on it. You can put tag locks, petitions underneath the candle. You can core into the candle with like sewing needles and knitting needles if you want things to go like down into the candle itself. But for the most part, it is utilizing a candle that represents what you want to achieve. This could be in color, this could be in fragrance, charging it with your energy, adding in any sigils, any herbs, any oils. You might want to, before you use it, burn an incense inside of it. Hiccups again. For your particular intention. So if it is for love, you might want to use a rose incense. If it is for prosperity, you might want to use a jasmine incense. Place it in a space surrounded by crystals and objects that represent what it is that you need to achieve. Burn it on certain days of the week at certain times of the day, especially if you're using planetary hours. That can be really useful to add even further additional intention into it. Work with different spirits and deities, but for the most part, dressing it and drawing on the glass are the most common and really the most useful ways of doing it. You can change the way that you're drawing on the glass, so you can use particular handmade things, so powders mixed with water that will dry down. You can create your own paints. You can do different colours for different intentions. It's really up to whatever you feel most drawn to. Then back to this one again. What if I don't have them or a physical tag lock because they're an online friend and haven't met in person? Username, that will be fine. Username, any photos that you have from like social media, that can work as well. But it's basically utilizing the identifying information that you connect with them. So if that is a username, if that is just thinking of that person while you're doing that working, as long as you have that personal connection with them, it's a lot easier to aim that working towards an individual. What do you daily, what do you do daily to avoid practice burnout? I don't practice daily. And I will give that advice till the cows come home, because I think there is so much of, I need a daily practice, I want a daily practice, what can I do every single day? And I've been there and I've done that, and it gets exhausting, especially if your opinion on yourself is tied in with that. Like if your value as a practitioner of the craft is so tied into your ability to do daily practice, then anything in your life has the ability to derail that. An illness in the family, an illness of yourself, a death in the family, a change of career, depression, something has the ability to send your value in the craft down the drain really, really quickly. And so I often find that rather than practicing daily, I perceive the world through a magical lens. So while I might not be doing spells and rituals, I might be sensing spirits. I might be experiencing shifts in energy. I'm able to recognize that, and I might note it down, I might work with it if I decide to, but for the most part I try to not push myself into active practice unless I really need to. If I need to do a spell, I'll be the first one to go and do it, but if I don't need to do a spell, I won't convince myself that I should do it just because that would make me a better practitioner. And I've found that to massively change my perspective on the craft, because I used to think that if I didn't practice every single day, then I couldn't consider myself a practitioner. And then I started to speak to people who'd been in the craft for 30, 40, 70 years and realized that actually the craft is about the way you perceive the world. And it's not necessarily value in the number of spells you do a day or a week or a month. It's more about the way you experience the natural world around you, the way you experience the energy, and how you respond when you need to do a spell or ritual. And that's why I sometimes get really, really frustrated when people use the term armchair magician in like a really, really negative sense, because it can take just one thing, one accident, one illness, one something, and you suddenly might not be able to practice the way that you did before. And that doesn't make you less of a practitioner. That just means that you aren't in a position to do as much daily as you were before. I think sometimes there's a lot put on activity in spells and rituals, when I think a lot of the time it's perception that's really, really important as well. Coffee or tea? Coffee. I've tried tea. I've tried. There's some tea that I like. There is some, like, I do like chamomile tea, and I like fruit teas sometimes, but I'm always deeply, deeply disappointed. Okay, you smell this most incredible, delicious fruit tea, and then you take a sip, and it tastes awful, and then you're like, no thanks. I have a massive sweet tooth. This is the problem, right? I absolutely love sweet things. And so for me, I can have extra sweet coffee. I have syrup in my hot chocolate to make it sweeter, okay? I love sweet things. And so for me, tea, if you add sugar into tea to make it as sweet as I would want it to be, it never tastes right in hot tea. I can drink cold tea, never hot tea. Even though I'm English, you would think that I would love tea, but I absolutely despise, like, breakfast tea. Horrible. Coffee, though, I can make it like hot chocolate, but it's got caffeine in it. And therefore that makes it better. So, yeah, I always say, like, my parents will be like, oh, do you want to try a cup of tea? I'm like, tastes like wet leaves. It tastes like you put grass in a mug. No, can't do it. Right. I don't know where I am. Okay, here we go. So, there's this one. This is quite a long one. I think it's split into 2 parts. So, I have a few questions. I hope you don't mind. Never. I never mind. What does a large spider about the size of an adult fist crawling on a wall or ceiling mean? I've seen this for decades from time to time. When it moves, it's always when I'm in between sleep and being awake. Sorry, I think I mentioned it's not a real spider. It's always just out of focus. Interesting. Okay. So if we're talking about something that seems ever present but never fully seen, you're usually talking about something that lies in an in-between. So you're looking at something that is neither physical nor immaterial. It's acting like a shade does, where you can turn it, you can turn towards it, and it will always take a step back. And this is usually something that is present in the spirit world. This is usually a spirit that is presenting itself as a spider or spider-like form. So this is one of the few occasions where I would recommend looking up spider symbolism, spider deities, and spider mythology, because you may well find that this is something that is trying to get your attention, or is perhaps already present in your life, and you haven't yet formed a connection with it. Well, this is always my problem, Maddie, when people talk. Often what people refer to as being an armchair magician is when you read lots of books, but you don't actively practice. And the first thing that I always think of when people use it in a really, really derogatory sense, because I've had people use it to me in a derogatory sense as well as to other people, is that it's very difficult to draw the line between somebody who chooses to not practice because they prefer the research of witchcraft from somebody who wishes they could practice but aren't physically able to. Whether it's somebody that is struggling with chronic pain or chronic fatigue, whether they're struggling with an injury or an illness that's really knocked them for six, whether they are struggling with their own mind, whether their depression or their anxiety and OCD is making it difficult to practice. There's so many reasons why people can't practice on a daily basis that I really, really struggle with sort of the broad brushstroke of, if you're an armchair magician, you're a lesser magical practitioner, because it's a little bit like the saying of a lot of people, most people are a paycheck away from being homeless. Like, it's all well and good being on the ivory tower saying that I'm better than everybody else because I practice every single day. But anybody, absolutely anybody, could experience something so earth-shakingly negative in their life that it puts them on the back foot, and it makes them find it very, very difficult. That I think everybody who is learning and is willing to study witchcraft is just as valid in this, whether you practice every single day or not. I always find that one kind of a tricky one, because I understand the point that they're trying to make, that witchcraft is a craft and not just an academic study. But sometimes I think it's used in a very unfair way. Not all the time, but definitely sometimes. Right. Let's have a look-see. How have you been lately? Thanks. I have been so busy, so stressed. You probably actually can't tell because I've made it look very, very similar. This is not my old sofa. So my boiler died at the start of January. I then had my entire life turned upside down so that I could have a new sofa put in. And then my electrical equipment started failing. My camera, I can't get my camera to work. So it's been a bit. So I'm a little bit delayed. So I need to get back on track, but I'm actually really, really good. Busy. It's been chaotic, but really, really good. Cleo has learned to bounce off the walls, literally and figuratively, and she has found her voice, so now she's barking at literally everything and everybody. So yeah, that's been interesting. Like, really, really interesting, and not necessarily always in a good way. The other day she decided to have a 15-minute barking session at gravel. And every time I took her outside to go to the toilet, she kept barking at the gravel, so I had to bring her back in, calm her down, take her outside again. She'd immediately start barking at the gravel again. I think it was like 15 minutes of me just trying to get her to go to the toilet. So we'll see how that one goes in the future. Right, let's have a look, see. Okay. How can you tell the difference between AI books and real authors? Okay, so I am planning to do like a really full video on this because I'm okay, brutal honesty, right? My January video was late because I spent 2 weeks sifting through a dozen books that I'm 90% sure are AI generated. So I went through all of the books like I normally do, and normally it's like, that's a really good book, that's a really good book, that's a really good book. And I got maybe 50-ish books for this video, and I started like transferring the information onto my script so that I could do the video. And I looked at the book and I went, something about that just doesn't look right. And then I looked at the next one and I went, yeah, there's something about this that just doesn't look right. And then I looked at another one, and again, doesn't look right. Half the video, I cut half the video because I was not convinced that half of the books that were being released in January were even real people. And some of them were really obviously AI generated covers. So like we're talking like people with missing hands. Immediately they were gone because I'm like, I'm not doing it, because if your cover is AI generated, how do I know that the content isn't AI generated? So the ones that were really obviously AI generated covers, I just scrapped because I can't trust that that's a real cover. So that's the first thing to look out for, is really, really obviously AI generated covers. To me are a bit of a warning sign. The other thing that was really, really obvious to me, and I won't go over like absolutely everything in this video because I'll probably do like a full main video so that people can continue to find it afterwards, is there were several authors who were publishing 5 or 6 books a week. So there was one author that I found that had published 7 books between the 1st of January and when I was filming it on the 8th of January. They published 7 books in that time frame. How are you publishing 7 books in a week? that makes no sense. All of those books that I found had M dashes, which, while they are a perfectly valid form of pronunciation, normal people, as mentioned here, don't use M dashes that often. And I think now, because people are aware that AI uses a lot of M dashes, they're starting to not use M dashes because they know that it is a feature of a lot of AI books. But more than anything, what got me was the AI profile picture, the obviously fake name, the AI generated cover image, and the sheer volume of books that there's no way that one author can know so much about so many topics and publish 7 books in a week. It's not possible. Like, humans aren't capable of doing that. And I'll be honest, in that video, there are a few that still, myself, and I know a couple of people in the comments have said, like, I'm not sure about this one. I agree. There are some of them where I'm like, I genuinely cannot tell. I tried to make sure that all of the ones that made it in were authors that seemed to have some kind of social media and that were publishing books at a reasonable rate. But even so, like, they are so hard to get, and I'm scared of accidentally missing out on somebody's book because I'm over cautious of AI generated content. But then equally, I don't want to support somebody who is making mass amounts of money off the witchcraft community when they aren't a part of it and they're just using other people's content in order to profit from it. And I'm finding it really difficult this year, because even looking at the book releases for February, it's getting really difficult. And I do think that legally there should be something to say where you have to declare if your book has been AI generated, and maybe even not the full book. If there is AI generated content in your book, you have to declare it, because I want to support real people. You know, I want to hear your experiences in the witchcraft community. I want to hear about your spirit work. I want to hear about your spells and rituals. I don't want to hear about my and loads of other YouTubers' spells and rituals that have been rehashed into a book and sold for profit. I don't want to hear about Scott Cunningham's work that's been ripped off and republished. Like, I want to support the families of the people who have already gone, and I want to celebrate the people who are practicing and writing today. And it's becoming so difficult. So in all of the book videos, if anybody sees a book and you're like, I actually think I know whether this is or isn't, or like, I've done more research on it, or, you know, if you know something about it that I don't, please let me and other people know, because I never ever want to accidentally recommend a book to somebody. Like, it would be horrible to me if people were to be going for a book that I'd suggested and it turns out that at the end of the day it's not even written by a real person. That to me would just be absolutely horrible. And so that's something that it's taking me so much longer to do the book videos. So if the book videos are a little bit late, I'm so sorry. It's because I'm having to spend like a week and a half longer than I usually am, like background checking like every single book in these videos to try and make sure that everything is as human created as possible. So if you ever notice anything, please let me know, because I don't want to be advertising something as human made when it actually isn't. But I also want to be really careful and not punish people who look AI generated but they actually aren't. You know, it's a very fine line to be walking, and I'm so scared of accidentally saying that somebody's work is AI generated. It's actually not. But yeah, it's so difficult. I do think there should be a statement to say, like, this book contains, a bit like how on YouTube now, if you go into, when you publish a video, you have to make note of whether it is a sponsored video, and you also have to state whether it contains generated content. You have to do that, and I feel like that's something that should also be a requirement when self-publishing books, because I don't think an official publisher is going to do it. But yeah, it's a really difficult one, especially the self-published books. Sometimes it's really hard to tell, so be careful. Let's have a look, see. Oh, okay. This is an interesting one. So I too have a backlog of reading. How many books do you own and what percentage have you read? Okay, so realistically, if we're talking fiction and non-fiction, okay, I have a bookcase here to my right. I have two stacks of books, the same higher, I'm going to be honest, that higher than the side of the bookcase. I then have this bookcase with books stacked on top of it, with books underneath it at the bottom. I have a bookcase in my living room. I have a bookcase in my bedroom. I have stacks of books everywhere. So I don't want anybody to feel ashamed of their to be read pile. Okay? I don't want anybody to be ashamed of it because I have about 400 books on my to be read pile right now. I need a second to take that in. I think I have 323 books on my Witchcraft to be read pile because I have that written down. And I'm going to go on a limb and say I probably have about 100 fiction books that I haven't read. So I probably have about 423 books on my to be read pile. That's a lot of books. A lot. So, yeah, never be ashamed of your substantial to be read pile. Some people are bookworms and some people are book dragons, and I am a book dragon that is trying really hard to be a bookworm. So I am trying this year to read 50 books. That can be fiction, that can be non-fiction, I don't mind. Whatever helps me read 50 books this year. I know there are 5 fiction books that you have loaned me on my to be read pile. I am going to get to them. I will. Eventually. I will. I'm so envious of anybody that has like a really short to be read pile. So last year I didn't go to Glastonbury because I couldn't afford to go into Courtyard Books. Literally and metaphorically, because I know that I would come out with a lot of books and I need to actually read them. So I have this year set myself the challenge of 50 books. I've already read 1. This, once I finish it, will be 2 for the book club. This one will be 3, and then Witchcraft for Wayward Girls will be 4. So I'm already making progress. I just need to keep making progress. Only 400 amateur. Oh, I know, Joe. I know. I can't afford for it to be any bigger, though. I'm saying that. I am going to have 3 more full-size, floor-to-ceiling bookcases going into my office. I'm so excited. Literally, my ceilings are 10 foot high. Okay, I'm going to be having, 9 foot tall bookcases, 3 of them in my office, and I'm hoping that is going to be worth it. I hope that that's going to be enough space for now. But yeah, this one, it looks really, really good. So this one, I know I've said it before, I will say it again, just because self-plug, why not? This is for the book club on Patreon this month. So once that has been done and we have recorded the live stream where we're talking all about it, well, it's going to be on Zoom, but it's going to be recorded anyway. I will probably be cutting it up and posting it on YouTube if anybody wants to check it out as a review by 100 people. So honestly, that's kind of the goal. We're talking Victorian library. I would love a ladder. I've always wanted a book ladder, and so I'm tempted to do that, but ideally the office needs to be all bookcases. And yeah, honestly, Joe, it's probably not even going to take half of them off the floor because this is full. I am nearly stacked to the ceiling up there, and there are still so many books. There are still so many books on the floor. So I just need to get them up on shelves. I need to get them up on shelves and alphabetized again, and so that I can find them. Because I'm not even joking when I tell you, I probably have about 200 books in 2 piles on the floor. And if I want one from the bottom, no, I don't. because I can't get them and I will never be able to get them like that. So, yeah, it's, oh, I want a book ladder so bad. Sorry, I just read Waves and Flows comment, which is, oh, I also want a book ladder so bad. I really, really want one. So I'm doing a bit of an IKEA hack, I think, to try and make this work, because I cannot afford book ladder bookcase prices, but I can afford to make it myself. So we'll have to see how this goes. Okay, let's have a look-see. Do you think it's a bad idea to forge relationships with elemental spirits and land spirits without contracts and without clear quid pro quo? Interesting. I don't think it's necessarily inherently a bad thing, because not all relationships require like a give and take kind of a dynamic. You know, some relationships are just relationships for the sake of relationships. And I don't necessarily think that you need to have like contracts. Like, think of your friends. You don't necessarily have contracts and agreements with your friends in like a written sense. They develop over time. But if you're going into business with somebody, you would then want a contract. So I think it's very much dependent on how you want that relationship to develop. If you want it to be a working relationship with a give and take, then I feel like there should be some kind of agreement there. It doesn't have to be necessarily a formal contract, but just some kind of an agreement there. Whereas if you just want the relationship for the sake of the relationship, because you just want to build connections, then I don't necessarily think that you need detailed contracts for that. Do you think servitors can ever become tulpas? Interesting. I heard Aidan Watcher say he thinks servitors aren't actually built by us, but are spirits who want to fulfill the role. Any thoughts on that? I personally disagree, but I think it's always really important to bear in mind that nobody is necessarily right or wrong. It's just different styles of practice. My servitors have always been built from the ground up, and if I want to, I can just disintegrate them at a moment's notice, because they aren't real spirits. They are energy that's been given purpose. Whereas if I were to attempt to do that with any of the spirits that I have connections with, they would look at me like I'm an idiot and then leave. So for me, a servitor, a tulpa, and an egregore are all one and the same. Whereas for other people, their experiences with it might be totally different. And I think that's always something to bear in mind, that my experiences are not necessarily going to align with everybody else's, and everybody else's experiences likely aren't going to align with mine. And that's okay too. For me, a servitor and a tulpa have always been the same thing. And I know for several other people that's the case as well, whereas other people don't believe that servitors exist at all, and that's okay too. You know, it's all just personal gnosis and how we experience things. But for me, they've always been a creation, whereas the spirits that I have that I work with are very distinctly different for me. They feel very different, they act very different. So the spirits that I have contracts with, that I work with, are very much their own entity. They have their own thoughts, they do their own things, they can leave and come as they see fit if they choose to. Whereas the servitor was created at a set point, and it is made of my energy that can be worked with. I can call them back and I can just disintegrate them and just take all that energy back again. Whereas if I did that with some of my spirits, they'd be like, no, what are you doing? Like, actually, what are you doing? So, like, that's the main distinction for me. But other people might go about creating servitors in a different way. The process of creation might lead to a totally different outcome in the kind of energy that you're working with, and perhaps even the attraction of a particular spirit to fulfill that role. I think probably the process is the big distinguishing difference, perhaps. And again, it comes down to the thing of, there are so many different terms that are used for, no, there are so many similar terms that are used for different things, that a lot of confusion can happen, and there can be a lot of crossover in the magical community. Okay. What would be good ingredients, material or not, for a spell designed to strengthen our willpower and stick to our plans and new habits? Ooh, okay. So, I typically, so this is obviously just going to come from what I work with the most, so feel free to adapt and change. So we're talking about willpower. So willpower is going to be something that needs to be quite steadfast. It is something that you want to be consistent. You want it to be long lasting. So you're going to want something that's quite grounded. So I would go for a tree of some variety. For me, I would typically pick oak. For other people, might be different. The trees that I most commonly work with are birch, oak, rowan, willow, blackthorn, whitethorn. And so of those, the one that is the most steadfast would be oak. So that's the one that I would go with. Whatever wood you have connection to, whatever trees you have connection with, I would maybe choose a tree because of that long-standing, long-lasting steadfastness is really useful in something that's designed to maintain willpower. If we're talking about something that is designed to stick to new plans, you're again looking for something that's perhaps quite driven. You're looking for something that's quite fiery in nature. So I'd probably go for something like a tiger eye. It's very good for drive, inspiration, willpower, focus, creativity. The things that you probably need to maintain something lasting long term. Same applies for carnelian. It's very expressive, very creative, very driven, very fiery. So it's good for that like strong motivation. And then when that then ties into something quite steadfast and solid like a tree, I find that that's quite useful for bringing that balance, because you want the drive to want to keep going, but you want the solidity and the steadfastness to have it be a long-lasting a long-lasting thing. Okay. Do you think it's possible for somebody to actually die with witchcraft? I think that's extremely high amount of energy, but I want your thoughts. So we're going back for the days on spells of magic. This is years and years and years ago. And a lot of people were creating spells and wanting spells for this exact purpose. And I always found it rather alarming that people would so publicly be stating things on a forum that is attached to their location, their IP address, and everything else. I always find that very odd. And in all of those posts, the same thing was always stated, that it would be very, very difficult for that to ever occur. And I agree to a point. And the point is something that we don't necessarily know is true or not, but I do think it's an interesting point, in that I think from witchcraft itself, you would have to be talking about enough energy to cause something to occur. But equally, it could very easily just be an accident, something like that, you know, like the butterfly effect. You know, if you're slightly late in picking up your child from school, then you miss something that might have happened if you had have been there at a certain time, you know, that kind of thing. But more interesting in this, because I think that topic is kind of a really slippery slope, is when we look at the cone of power that happened during the Second World War. And this is a topic that is so fascinating that I would recommend anybody learn more about it. And that is Gerald Gardner's Coven. So we're talking about sort of witchcraft people dying through witchcraft. But that event that happened, if you aren't aware, it was during the Second World War, and there was a belief that Germany was going to make it over the English Channel and invade England. And that was something that we obviously really didn't want. And a lot of people were performing spells and rituals in order to attempt to assist the war effort in stopping that from happening. And one such person was Gerald Gardner with his coven. And they all came together one evening and they performed a cone of power that was designed to stop Germany from attempting to invade England. And they performed such a powerful spell that it is said that several of the coven members died of exhaustion in the days and weeks following that particular ritual. And if anything, I think that is the more interesting aspect of it, in that there are many forms of witchcraft and magical arts that rely on, and even religious practices as well, that call upon a great deal of physical strain, whether that is refraining from certain foods and drinks, whether that is staying awake for a certain number of hours. You'll often find that some spells will call on you staying awake for 24 hours. And for the average healthy person of a younger age, some of the things that are called upon in certain workings, not all of them, are uncomfortable, but nothing more than that. But there's definitely a point when somebody's health, their age, or the landscape that they're a part of could really cause a lot of problems. And there have been reports of people who, having performed witchcraft, have then had complications, medical problems, and the like that leads to this kind of thing happening. And so if anything, I think that's maybe the more interesting, to me anyway, that's maybe the more interesting bit, in a kind of curiosity sense of seeing the records of this and seeing if there's some crossover and connection. Was it simply the exertion of the physical experience, or was it the energetic, magical exertion as well? We'll never know. But that one with the Gerald Gardner Coven has always stuck with me as being truly fascinating, because no matter what anybody says about whether they believe in witchcraft or not, or whether Gerald Gardner was authentic in his beliefs or whatnot, if what happened that night is true, then if nothing else, we can say that the individuals who were part of that coven cared so much about the protection of the people that they cared so much about, that they were willing to put themselves at risk to perform a spell that they 100% with all of their heart believed would protect the people that they cared about. Like, I think that is just the most incredible story of kind of, it's not just a witchcraft story, it's about what people were willing to do in order to protect their home. I think it's a really, really heartbreaking and moving story. So I would recommend any book by Philip Heselton. Philip Heselton is probably the most recognisable, dedicated author to document Gerald Gardner's life ever. And he's written a book called The New Forest Coven that I would thoroughly recommend, that goes into the New Forest Coven, the creation of it, and everything that happened through that. And it's a really interesting story that I would recommend anybody to look into. And maybe I'll have to do an entire video on sort of what was believed to happen in the lead up and the aftermath of all of that, because it is just such a statement of how much the members of that coven believed in what they did. Right, let's have a look-see. When you were a teen, did you ever do any popular divinations on Halloween, Midsummer, or the full moon? So when I was a child in particular, I was obsessed with the moon, totally and completely. And so I would always perform spells and rituals when I started practicing witchcraft around the full moon. I would focus on it dedicatedly. And Samhain was the only festival that I celebrated for a really long time, because it was the only one that I had a deep connection with. I've always been obsessed with Halloween. And so Samhain was my festival, my holiday. And so I would always do spells and rituals on the full moon, and I would always do spells and rituals on Samhain. And so that's sort of how it was for a really long time. I never did any kind of divination necessarily. The first divinations I ever did were with the runes. And that was just a random thing. I was determined that I would learn to read runes, and I did. And it was just an everyday thing. I never did Sabbath divinations until I started setting up a Sabbath altar, and then that was when I really started in on it. Right, let's have a look-see. Oh, what are some easy ways to make a travel protection charm or pouch? I'm having trouble finding stuff about this. Actually, this is another little bit of a plug. On Patreon, I'm about to post a video about travel protection pouches. But I'm not expecting you to go into Patreon. That's just for people who want like the full video. I mentioned it, and I mentioned the things that were in it on my Yule video. So the Yule spells and rituals video that I posted last month, I did a travel protection pouch, and that should give you an idea of the kind of things that I put in it. That's available on that video. Let me just double check that it's definitely there. Let's have a look-see. So it's winter solstice spells and celebrations. Let me just double check that it's definitely in there. I'm sure it's in there, but I just want to doubly make sure. So that's the ritual, that's the candle, which means it must be further up. Just double check. that one, I think. Yes. So it's in the Winter Solstice Spells and Celebrations video. I mention it. And I go and show you sort of my process for it. Let that down. I know you don't do many astrology readings, but I would really love if you can give me your ideas. See, I would need like a full setup for this. Because I don't do individual readings, I do seasonal readings more than for individual people. So if I were to do like a full reading for somebody, I would definitely need to have like full pre-planning, because it's not the kind of thing that I typically do. On the Patreon, I do like monthly readings, but nothing more specific than that. Are you planning on doing any further talks? No, definitely not. I'm not a public speaker, and everybody I ever say that to is, they say to me, yeah, but you do public speaking online all the time. And my response to that is always, it's not the same. I'm talking to myself right now. The fact that you're listening in on my ramblings is neither here nor there. I'm literally talking to myself. Whereas when you're in a talk room, everybody is looking at you, and I actually can't cope with it. I am not a confident speaker at all. I don't do public speaking. I panic. And so I tried to do it again last year. I did one in April, I think, and I couldn't cope. I take my hat off to anybody who does public speaking regularly or talks in meetings or anything like that, because I don't have the confidence for it. I don't think. It's not something I can do. Right. While visiting my parents in a nursing home, I suddenly felt a heavy presence, energy, and magnetic power that almost made me faint. Have you ever felt anything like this? Spooky. Yeah, so I will get this when I'm in hospitals, and I severely dislike being in a hospital because of this, because I find the energy just so awful. And I've heard a lot of people say that nursing homes are just as bad, if not worse, for this kind of an experience. They're usually heavy with spirit activity. They also tend to have not always super nice energies in them because of the fact that it is a place that is end of life for a lot of people. And so I find that they are also well known as being not always the best energy. And actually a lot of people who've submitted stories have said a lot of the stories come from nursing homes, which I think is really interesting. Right. What is the actual importance of being naked during rituals or spells in witchcraft? Okay, so being naked is for a couple of reasons. So really what we're commonly referring to when people think of being naked in rituals is, in Wiccan rituals, you would be what's known as sky-clad. So this means that you have no clothes on, but you might or might not, depending on the coven, be wearing a cloak or some kind of cloak type of clothing. This is twofold in nature, for the most part anyway. So initially, it is done to make it so that every member of the coven, no matter their status, no matter their wealth, no matter their abilities, are all on an equal playing field. So if you have somebody there who is wearing designer clothes and you have somebody there who is really struggling to buy any clothes and is just making do of what they have, everybody in that environment is equal. Nobody is going to be judged based off their physical appearance, their value, their wealth, their status, nothing like that. The second reason it's often done is because it allows people to be connected to the natural world, to the energies around, without the influence of physical materials. So it allows us to notice the changes in the breeze, notice the chill in the air, notice the grass under our feet. It allows that connection to the physical world in a way that clothes often stop us from doing. And therefore, to some people, it is believed that it allows us to have more of a connection and a closer connection to the spirits and the energy that is present in that space. But, big emphasis on but here, This is not commonly done today in covens. I'm sure that many of you will be able to guess the reason, in that while it was primarily done for positive reasons, it can be taken advantage of, and it can be twisted and manipulated and abused by people who want power and who want horrible things. And so what you will often find is that covens now, it's an option if you want to be skyclad, or covens will straight up not be skyclad. Instead, what is often done is that you will have set ritual clothes. So they are sometimes provided by the coven, sometimes purchased yourself, and you have set clothes that you would wear so that everybody is equal, nobody is turning up in Chanel, and everybody is wearing the same kind of thing for that particular ritual. It allows us to get into a suitable mental headspace. You know that when you put these clothes on, when you play this music, when you listen to this incense, when you smell this incense, you are in a ritual setting, and it allows us to trigger that transition into a ritual place easier. There are some people, though, that still perform skyclad themselves, who have small groups of trusted people that they will still perform skyclad. It just isn't seen as commonly as it was in the past. And also, not everybody is going to feel comfortable about it. Not everybody wants to be naked. For some people, it's even more of a distraction than wearing clothes because they feel self-conscious or they just feel uncomfortable. It's not something that anybody should ever be forced into doing if they don't feel comfortable. If, however, you want to be naked for your own rituals in your own house, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with doing that if you want to, and you might find there's an improvement in your spells and rituals for you as an individual. It's a little bit like how people were often given taken names in covens, because it separates the physical world from the ritual world. And it also means that if you have 5 Susans in a coven, each one has a different taken name. It's easier to identify which person is which, and it does allow us to leave our mundane life outside for the ritual life inside. But I personally, I'll be really honest and say that, sorry, I'm responding to a comment now. Joey said, so you won't be doing Gemma Gary's overnight ritual in the woods. Every time I read any of Gemma Gary's works, I get deeply alarmed, because there is absolutely no statement to say that you don't have to be outside alone, that you don't have to be naked, all of this stuff. I think sometimes it's really important to remember that we can adapt workings to fit our environment. And some of Gemma Gary's rituals, I'm reading them and I'm like, this is going to get somebody killed. This is really, really dangerous. Why are you going outside in the middle of the night? Why are you taking your clothes off? Why are you lying there for hours on end? What if it's cold? What if there's wild animals? What if? And I know that's just me being like paranoid, because like most people will have the common sense to know that if it's not safe to do something, that they won't do it. But I also realize that we are human beings, and there are definitely people out there that even if it isn't safe, they will do it anyway because they were told to do it. And that kind of scares me. So if anybody tells you you have to be naked for something, you probably don't. Unless there's like a set reason that's like predetermined, that like it gives you a specific reason and there's absolutely no workaround for it. You usually don't have to be naked. Unless you really want to be, and then that's on you, unless you're in a public place, and in which case then please don't, because that's definitely a violation of some kind of law. Do you think it's poor practice to use your own necklace that you wear every day as a pendulum? No, I actually think it's probably really, really good practice, because it's connected to your energy, it's directly linked to you, you have access to it all of the time, you are used to the energy of it. If anything, it could be one of the best pendulums to use, especially if you feel drawn to use it. In some videos, I think you mentioned spontaneous, scary, unwanted astral experiences when you were growing up. Did it change? Do you avoid the astral, or are you able to freely go there now? It didn't really change. I can still have the occasional bad experience. I still will go spontaneously. I very rarely manage to go purposefully, especially when I'm like super stressed or super busy, or especially if I'm really tired. I will never make it. I will always fall asleep whilst I'm trying. So spontaneous is usually the way it still is. If anything, I've just learned to protect myself more, and I've learned more what to do when I get there and what not to do, I suppose, is the technical thing. And also a lot of the experiences that I have, well, one of the experiences that I've had, I actually find really, really interesting. Like, I know I've mentioned this several times before, but there's a particular chapter in A Deed Without a Name by Lee Morgan, where they talk, one of the people that was asked to be incorporated in the book, because the book is, for most part, made up of other people's experiences, they talk about being in the astral and being eaten by wolves. And I'm like, damn, been there, done that. And usually things like that are caused by something that we need to learn or something that is being told to us. And so that experience, I don't even necessarily consider that negative. I consider it scary as hell at the time, but like afterwards I'm like, oh, okay, that actually wasn't so bad. But I can still have negative experiences. And so I always get worried when people are like, oh, the astral plane is fine, nothing could ever happen, because I'm there and I'm like, that's news to me. Now, I really want to emphasize here, that is not me saying that every time somebody goes to the astral, you are going to have negative experiences. I've had maybe like 3 or 4 negative experiences in like 20 years of going to the astral. Like 9 times out of 10, you will be absolutely fine. It is just, it's a little bit like when people say that there's no devil in witchcraft, which I was guilty of, because when you're trying to push yourself away from the whole devil worship thing, people tend to go really, really far the other way. But I think there has to be some balance there of like, negative things can definitely happen, but that doesn't mean they will happen, as long as we're sort of careful about what we're doing. We know what we're getting into. 498 times out of 500, you will probably be totally fine. It's just useful to know sort of what to do if you're not fine. Right. What kind of magical practices are you most looking forward to in 2026? I really want to get into scrying, like really intensely into scrying. And so that's like the main thing that I'm going towards. I have a video that I'm posting, I think on Sunday or maybe next Wednesday, I don't know when it's coming out, of the books that I've gotten for Christmas. And a lot of them are really pushing where I want to go, more into the history. I want to be focusing more on the background of stuff, that while I've understood the practice of it, I'd love to know where it came from. And so for me, it's mostly going to be about the scrying, and not necessarily scrying for information like divination, more scrying to develop the ability. So I'm not scrying for a purpose per se, but I really want to do water scrying, I really want to do mirror scrying, and I really want more to connect with the natural world on an energetic level and also from a practical stance. So like, I want to be making more things from the natural world. I want to be having a deeper connection to land spirits. I really want to take my practice out, which is something that I haven't done in a very long time. So that's really what I'm focusing on, is I'm looking for the perfect scrying bowl for water. I found one just before Christmas, and I so badly wanted to get it. And then when I went to get it, it had gone, and I'm so sad. So I need to find another scrying bowl that I'm as drawn to as that one. So if I can do that, then I'm fully going into the water scrying in a different way than you would expect. So I am, you'll see, if I manage to do it, you will see exactly what I mean. Once, it'll probably be like in like 6-7 months or something, when I've got used to it and I'm more accustomed to it. But yeah, that's really where I want to go this year, and kind of the looking into things. Like, I've got so many books on the history of witchcraft, but it's not really the history of witchcraft, it's the history of very certain things that I really, really want to be diving into. I have already done a video on scrying mirrors and how to use a scrying mirror, if that's something that you're interested in, but now it's like, it's water scrying time. So yeah, one day I will find one. I'm just so sad. There were 2 of them and I went to get one. It was on Etsy and it was gone, and now I'm really, really sad about it. So one day I might end up being like, if anybody has one of these that they are willing to sell, please let me know, because I genuinely cannot think of any other scrying bowl that was more beautiful than that. Right, let's have a look-see. I don't know where I am. It just jumped again. Oh no, I don't know where I am. Oh no. Okay, right. In the meantime, I'll answer this one and then I'll find where I am. What does being a witch mean to you? Now, I'm going to be really honest and say that my answer is going to be very unsatisfactory. And say that to me, being a witch means that I practice witchcraft. That's it. That's it. I'm not one of those people where I got a question. I don't know where it was and I don't know when it was. It might have just been on a comment where it was like, how did you know that you were a witch? And I don't know if I've answered it yet, but my answer is going to be incredibly boring, and it's just because I started practicing witchcraft. Because I realised that the things that I was doing were witchcraft. And that's it. It wasn't like I got a sign from some higher power, or that I developed superpowers or anything like that. It was just that naturally and innately, the actions that I was taking were the practice of witchcraft. And for some people, that is something that they have to learn out of a book. For some people, that might be something they practiced as a child and then they grew out of it and they lost it and then they find it again at age 75. And for other people, they've just always done it and it's just this innate knowledge that they've always had and they just never grow out of it. And I think it comes to everybody in a different way, but being a witch is simply the practice of witchcraft. And whether you come to that organically or whether you come to that from a book, it really doesn't matter. Whether you are a 15th generation hereditary witch or whether you just picked up a book from the library and decided it was for you, that is the core part of what being a witch is. It is the study and practice of witchcraft. It is the way you perceive the world. This practice sort of bleeds into every aspect of your life. And it's no more magical than that, to be honest. I know some people are gonna have this like super high powered beautiful explanation of it, but if you practice witchcraft and you want to call yourself a witch, there you go, you're a witch. Right. It just jumped again. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna go for this one because this makes sense. I was wondering if you get annoyed, as annoyed as I do about people saying white versus black magic. I don't necessarily think I get annoyed at it. I think it's just something that we're slowly starting to see it changing in the language that we're using. I think that there's a lot of people in the community who are still very active in the community, who still practice, who are still writing books, who are still part of seminars and lectures and everything, that were taught witchcraft in a time period where these terms were used freely and readily. And a lot of the people who practice today don't use social media and will never use social media if it isn't for them. So I think as time goes on, we'll notice that certain phrases will slowly start shifting and changing. But it's just going to be a part of the practice for a while till that kind of happens. I don't tend to get annoyed at that many people in the magical practice, to be honest. I don't really have the energy for it. I get annoyed at so many other things in life that I just don't have the energy to be annoyed at that too. I think it's just something that's going to slowly change and adapt as time goes on. Oh my goodness, I think I've missed so many of these. I was just in the chat when this came up. Thank you so much, Erin Jones. Thank you so much. It's not going to let me go back up and see any of the others, but I'm so sorry if I missed anybody else's. If you've sent a donation and I haven't said thank you so much, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. If I'm not looking at the screen, I tend to miss when it comes up, because if I'm on the other screen, it doesn't show up. So I'm so sorry if I've missed any. I want to say a massive thank you to everybody if you have supported the channel through the live streams and stuff. Sometimes I miss it and I cannot apologise enough, so thank you so much. Okay, let's have a look, see, where am I? I think I'm about here-ish. Yeah, that was the one about the white magic versus black magic. Any tips for Christian witches discussing witchcraft online? I'm accepting of all forms of the craft, but I see that many people have, sorry, it just closed, been hurt from Christianity and don't want to deeply upset others. It's a really... Oh, wait, I can do that? Wait. Sorry, I got distracted. I do have an option between top chat and live chat. Okay, anyway, I'll figure that out in a minute. So when it comes to Christian witchcraft, I think that it is difficult for people on both sides, and I think, how do I best describe this? I can understand, especially older members of the community, feeling a discomfort surrounding it, mostly because if they were through the satanic panic, if they practiced through all of that, if they practiced before that point when it was very, very, very taboo, and you would have serious social damage if you were perceived as being a witch within your community. This still happens in many areas of America right now, but in England it's not as commonplace. I can understand why there is a level of caution to some members of the community. But equally, everybody has a place in the community. And when we're looking at folk practices and folk traditions, we can see many, many traditions that draw upon Christian practices. Folk magic has a massive influence in Christian traditions. And I feel as though that is commonly missed. And it is getting better. We are seeing more and more information coming out about folk practices. We're seeing more openness about it. The individuality in witchcraft is coming forward from the sea of Wicca that was in the 90s and the 2000s. And I think that that is definitely going to change people's opinions. I think it's very much about everybody being more respectful to people whose belief systems might not be exactly the same as everybody else's. Because now, not everybody practices Wicca. That was the thing is, oh, you can't be a Christian witch because you have to be Wiccan. Well, that's not the case. Not everybody practices Wicca. Not everybody wants to practice the same kind of Wicca as you. You know, there's lots of different options out there. And I think that people are becoming more and more open-minded than ever about the fact that not everybody practices the exact same thing. And there are so many people out there who practice folk magic. Many people include the Catholic saints in their practice. And even just my area of interest is looking at folk charms and folk spells in the British Isles. Folk magic survived because it aligned with the religion of the time. And so when we're looking at pre-Christianity, it followed pre-Christianity. When you're looking at the fairy faith, it followed the fairy faith. But it also has a great depth in the Christian tradition, where we saw the charms including Christian wording, Christian idols being used, like the figures. I don't know what they're actually used because I'm not Christian, but like the statues. We see that being incorporated because fundamentally it is a craft. And it is a craft that can be adapted to so many different spiritual beliefs, religious beliefs. And so really, I think the main thing for everybody is just to be more open-minded. And I think that, if anything, that's, I think, where people get nervous, because some people in the community are like, no, your way is wrong, my way is the only way. And then they know of several Christians perhaps that they've experienced in their life that have said, no, you're going to hell, you have to practice it my way. And I don't think that's really necessary in the community today. I think it's literally just a case of everybody just staying calm. And I think that realistically most people in the community today will be very open-minded and they will be very accepting. And I'm really glad, actually. I don't see the point in spreading a whole bunch of hate towards people who don't do the same things as you. It's so adaptable and so unique. So I don't really think that you have to do anything in the community, to be honest. If anything, and this might be an unpopular thing, but I think people who say that Christian witches don't have a place in witchcraft, they're really the ones that are the outliers here. Because when you look at folk magic, and when you look at, as mentioned here, if you look at Italian magic, Italian folk magic, it is deeply ingrained that there are religious figures, that there is a Catholic influence in there. That's just par for the course, and it's the people who are saying that you aren't allowed in the community that are really the ones in the wrong here. So yeah, just keep being you. That's all I can say. Just keep being you, and don't feel as though you're not entitled to be in these communities because people are saying that you shouldn't be. Do you believe that a deceased family members can come through easily when you're around water? I had this happen to me twice while doing dishes. I am clairaudient. Interesting. Okay, clairaudient. That's not what I was expecting. Because immediately, as soon as I see deceased family members coming through around water, I'm thinking of scrying. But if we look back at different mythologies, so say we're looking at the fairy faith, it was often considered, and it still is often considered, that the fairy realm and the other world, Elfame, is accessible through water. And we also see this when we're looking at the Arthurian legends, that Avalon is accessible across the water. It is across an expanse that you have to travel on. The sword is given to the Lady in the Lake. The water is considered a portal. It is an in-between liminal space. And so what you will often find is, if you are very sensitive to energies and you are perhaps clairaudient, clairsentient, any of the others, that things will come through more readily around bodies of water because it is in itself liminality. It is neither here nor there. And so if you are looking to communicate with ancestors, with deities, with people who've passed over, scrying is a really useful way of doing it, but just being around bodies of water is very liminal. And you will often see that fair folk will, not even just water fair folk, but lots of fair folk can be found around bodies of water. So it could well just be triggered by that. It may well be that it is your underlying abilities that are there, but they are being amplified by the presence of that liminality. And you may well find that that same experience occurs in other liminal environments. So if you were to perhaps do your divination, whatever form it is, or open yourself up during like dawn and dusk, or at Samhain, or at Beltane, you may well find similar things happening. How do you feel about astral projection, travel, dream working, and even things like telekinesis and levitation? So the astral projection, travel, dream walking is all stuff that I've experienced personally, and I know that many other people have as well. It's not always the easiest thing though to get into if you've ended up getting out of it. So a lot of people will have experienced dream walking, lucid dreaming, astral projection, all this kind of stuff when they were children. But then as adults, it disappears. And it can be incredibly difficult to get it back again. Now, the other two I've never experienced, and I've never known anybody who has. But the astral projection, that's something that can be incredibly powerful for spells and rituals, for connecting with deities, spirits, etc. It's just really, really tricky. How much do you think a healthy, maybe raw food diet enhances spellwork or rituals? I don't necessarily think that it would, unless you are doing it for a particular reason, like unless you're wanting to do it to connect with a particular deity or for a particular purpose. Really, the best diet for successful magical practice is the one that makes you feel the best. Whatever that is for you as an individual, whatever makes you feel good and makes you feel yourself and makes you feel happy and upbeat and you're not low energy and you're not struggling to do things, is probably going to be the best diet for you. And that could be anything depending on who you are. Phenocite, let's have a look, see. I don't know about this one, so let me just look it up, see if I recognize it. Okay, I don't know this one myself, but then I don't particularly work with crystals, so let's have a look-see. So the question is, have you heard of a stone called phenocite? I've looked it up and it looks like for a lot of the time it has a K in it, so maybe phenocite. I think it depends on where you're looking. Maybe it's an English versus American name, that happens a lot. It's been referred to as the brainstone. I actually don't know anything about this, so if anybody has any information about this in relation to, let's have a look. See, I just lost the question because it just jumped. Where is it? Oh no, I just lost it. Wait, here we go. In relation to Chiari malformation. Let us all know. I don't do crystals very much, so for me, this is very much not my area of expertise. But if anybody knows anything about the stone, let us all know. Let's have a look-see. Okay, have you ever worked from or used Modern Magic by Donald Craig? If so, what were your thoughts and experiences? Modern Magic, is that... It's a massive one, I know that. Is it at the bottom? Oh, it's down there. Do you remember how I said... if I wanted a book and it was at the bottom? No, I don't. The bottom of the biggest stack of books is Modern Magic by Donald Craig. And it's because it's huge. It doesn't fit on any bookshelf. It's like this big. It's huge. So my experiences with it, I'll be honest, it's been a very, very long time since I have read this book. I have read it all the way through. Let's just have a look at it again. Do they have this copy? Bloody hell, why is it £135 for a paperback? What? That actually doesn't make any sense. Why is it that much money for a... What is going on with the world? Like, actually. I need to find a copy of this that isn't that expensive. See if I can find it. If I remember correctly, it was really, really Wiccan focused. Very ritual, like a weird mix of like Wiccan tradition and very ritualistic. But I just want to double check that it's definitely the book that I'm thinking of, because I'm going to be honest and say that after a while, a lot of the books sort of blur together. So for more than 2 decades, Modern Magic has been the world's most popular instruction manual on how to work real magic. Now author Donald Michael Craig, with decades more experience, research, training and study, has created the ultimate version of this contemporary classic. This edition features an updated design, more personal stories, and a wealth of new information, including... Okay, here is the wording that I think is very, very important. An indispensable guide for more than 150,000 magicians. That is the deciding factor here. So what I remember from this book is it was a mix of Wiccan ceremonial magic. And I always thought that was a bit weird, because the book was always described to me as being like, oh, the most amazing witchcraft manual that you could have. You need to read it. Alongside the Big Blue Book, Raymond Buckland's Big Blue Book. And I read it, and I got to the end of it, and I'm like, I don't think any of this is useful for me. And that's not me saying that the book in itself isn't useful. But I have always... Okay, not always. At the start of my practice, I was working what I can now only describe as like a folk magic. It was operative, where I was doing what worked in the way that worked, and if it worked, I would repeat it, and so on and so forth. That was always what I had done. And so I was really looking for material that really drew on that. And instead, what I found was a lot of Wiccan books, and what I found was a lot of ceremonial magic books. And none of it was really what I would... How would I even describe? What I would describe as being witchcraft. It was a lot more ceremonial magic than it was anything else. And that's going to be really, really fantastic if that's something that you really want to look into. It had a lot of information in it. Like, it's really dense. It's like a thick, big book. But if you're looking for more of that, like, folky, lower magic kind of experience, you're probably not going to experience it with that book. And that's totally fine. I mean, everybody's going to be different. Everybody's looking for different things. Right. Where am I? Oh, yes. So... have you ever had an experience with a ghost-like shadow, all white? You see it out of the corner of your eye and you look, but it quickly disappears like white wispy strands. Like, I haven't experienced this personally, but I do find this quite interesting because we have had several stories come in, and one of them I've already recorded and we've already heard it, of my own subscribers seeing beings that are white, like white shadows. And this is interesting because it goes against what I would typically associate with a shade. So the attitude of it is a shade is often a shadowy figure that will often observe, it will peer in, it will look. And then as soon as you try to look at it, it will disappear again. So I'm not entirely certain on what this being would be. But what I will say is that we often see records of the fair folk, not all, but some of them, being beings of light. They are white, they glow, they are luminescent in their form. And so I think that's really interesting, that what we could be dealing with here is something like a member of the fair folk, perhaps. It would probably end up coming with information like smells and sounds. Often the fae come with a floral, sweet, sometimes sickeningly sweet fragrance, but they will often also come with the chime of bells, not always, but sometimes. So that is worth considering if there was anything else going on that might give a bit more information, or even something like a time. Was it a certain time of day, a certain month, a certain Sabbath? You know, something like that could give a little bit more context to what you're looking for. So let's have a look. See, have you ever read any of the reprints of text from the 1500s and such? I have, yes. So I have a couple of copies of different translated reprints, most of them through Black Letter Press, of different grimoires. So I always think they are fascinating to read. Le Petit Albert, the Red Dragon, the Black Pullet. They're all very ceremonially spirit worky in nature, which is typically what you would expect from books of this time period. But I find them really interesting to see how people were practicing and performing higher magics during this time. I don't have much in my collection that is the everyday people of the time, mostly because they didn't have access to written materials. I mean, there's a reason that it's mostly ceremonial magic that has survived in its original form, because for the most part, lower income people, they weren't able to write anything down. They couldn't afford to get anything printed. A lot of them were not literate, and so it just isn't something that we see. Besides the witch trial records, I don't really have that much else in my collection. But I do have the Black Pullet, Le Petit Albert, things like that, and I always think it's so interesting. One of my favourite books that I have from this time is The Red Dragon, and I will actually get more information up on it if you're ever interested. It's it's by Black Letter Press, though you can get it from other places. But The Red Dragon, it's known as the Grand Grimoire. If, by the way, it's sad, I have a favourite translator. If you can get books that have been translated by Paul Summers Young, they are fantastic. That was so delayed. I did the hand motion and then did the kiss sound afterwards. They are so fantastic. So The Red Dragon, also known as the Grand Grimoire, is a black magic tome believed to have originated in the early 19th century. So this one's not as old as the others, but it's so interesting. This sinister book is notorious for its instructions on summoning, and then there's a name that I'm going to just butcher, enabling individuals to forge a deal with the devil. Divided into two main sections, the first book provides guidance on summoning demons and crafting tools to control them. The second book, divided into Sanctum Regnum and Secrets, delves deeper into the magic art. So Sanctum Regnum offers methods for forming pacts with demons, granting control without the need of tools, albeit at greater risk. Meanwhile, Secrets unveils simpler spells and rituals to be utilised following the initial summoning ritual outlined in the first book. Several versions of the Red Dragon exist with minor and significant differences. This is a new faithful English translation. That's the one from Black Letter Press. And that one was so fascinating. Like, I read the entire thing in one go and it was just... my mind was blown. So, try a site called Forgotten Books. Noting that down. Like, most of the like, lower magic, the general spell books that of the everyday people, the only way that you can super easily get that is just from looking into the trial records and just diving into it, and that's a real shame. But I suppose it does make sense that that is all that is left, because these people weren't spending their time learning, they were spending their time trying to survive and not starve and just make a living for themselves. And so I like some of the other ones. What are some... actually, let me just get up the other ones that I've got. See if there's any that I can recommend if there's a particular interest from anybody. So what do we have? Oh my goodness, they've added some new one. Oh, they've added some new ones. Stop looking, Hearth. Stop it. You will just spend You will just spend more and then you will be upset with yourself. But then you won't be because you'll have books. What's this one? Okay, so I have a copy of Natural Magic that's also available on Black Letter Press. It's by Giambattista della Porta, and that was published initially in 1658. That one is all about, you guessed it, natural magic. We've got the Red Dragon, which was the 19th century. We have I can never say this one. Pseudo-Monarchia Demonum. Pseudo-Monarchia Demonum. I have not done Latin in a very long time, and I can tell. I don't have that one in my collection, but I've had my eye on that one for a long time. And then you have Le Petit Albert, which is based off a 1752 book. Like, all of Black Letter Press books are just beautifully done, and they cover such interesting topics. And then the Black Pullet is 1820. So not all of them are like super duper early, but they are really, really interesting. I know, more books. I can't help it. I keep seeing them, and then I'm like, I really need to get that. And then I find other books, and I go, well, if I'm getting this one, then in order to make it worth my time, I should probably get these two. And then before you know it, you have like 12 books in your basket, and it's a problem. Especially when I don't have enough bookshelf space for it. It's a problem. So let's have a look-see. What is the most terrifying spiritual encounter you've ever had? I'm gonna go ahead and say that it's, I think there's one that made me, okay, actually, now that I think about it, is that the most uncomfortable one? There's the demon one that I've mentioned a whole bunch that was really uncomfortable, but there was one that was, I don't consider any of the spirit activity or spirit encounters to be terrifying. Mostly because I've had spirit encounters for so long that I think I get kind of numb to it. Like, if I'd experienced any of these things without having any prior encounters, I would have been scared poopless. But the fact that I have, because that's just like fuel to the fire. But I remember I did a house clearing years and years and years ago, maybe like 15 years ago, something like that. It can't have been that long ago. 12 years ago, something like that. And there was a spirit there that was pretending to be a child. It's the only time, I know that you hear it all the time of like, oh, the child spirit actually is just a demon. I've never in my entire time had anything that was acting like a child that turned out to not be a child, except this one situation. Now, I might be totally misremembering this. There were other people there, so I should probably contact them and ask them if they remember it the same way I do. But we went there into the guise that it was a child spirit that just wouldn't leave. And so we went in and we started doing a cleansing. And then really quickly, it's the only time I've ever had it happen, thankfully, really quickly you feel this like, I don't even know how to describe it unless you've experienced a spirit overlaying you. I don't know how else to describe it. But it starts with this like tickling sensation, like energy rising. Like when I do spells and rituals, you raise the energy. Whatever that energy raising feels like to you, that's what it felt like, where it was like gradually it kind of came up and over one side. And then all of a sudden, the way that you're talking and the words that you're choosing to use and the way that you are being perceived by other people is different. And it was the weirdest thing because I could still... it's not like a possession. Being overlaid is very different to a possession because a possession is a complete takeover. An overlay is when energy is like placed over yours, like a veil over the top, and it alters how you are perceived. Like a glamour, but it's caused by something else. And it was the most horrible feeling because you feel... you know that there's something else there and you can tell what they want to say and you can tell how they feel. And the one thing that I got from the feeling of it was just this feeling of utter hatred, this absolute disgusting hatred of everybody that lived in this house, of this place, of what had happened to it. And it didn't take overly long, thankfully, to sort of get rid of it, stick it in a box, we'll deal with it later, sort of a thing, because we just needed it out of this space because it was causing so many problems. But every time it had been approached, it had been presenting itself as a child. And so it was that horrible things happen, let's sort it out, oh, it's a child, let's not sort it out. And rinse, repeat over and over and over again. Now, I wasn't the one to sort of do anything else with the spirit. I was only there for the process of the cleansing. But it was just such a visceral feeling that whilst it wasn't terrifying, it wasn't even scary necessarily, because a spirit overlay isn't really a problem. A spirit overlay is because they want to express something and they don't know how to express it. So instead of using all of their energy to fail at expressing what they want to express, instead they utilize your energy as a way of allowing them to express it. Once that was off again, it was totally fine. It was just the weirdest feeling. If anybody has experienced a spirit overlaying them, let me know how it felt to you, because it was just bizarre. Really, really bizarre. But that was probably the weirdest, most unsettling experience that I haven't already spoken of before. And it's the only time I've ever had anything like that, where it presents as a child but it's not really a child. It was just, yeah, really, really strange. The only other thing that I can say that was even this wasn't even remotely close, but was when I mentioned it like many, many live streams ago. I went to a National Trust property, and I forget which one it was. It might have been Cragside, actually. Might have been Cragside. And there's one room that you go in and you are listening to the diary of one of the ladies that lived in the house and that owned the house. And in this room, on the left-hand side, there is a children's rocking horse. And I swear, I was 100% certain that when I was in that room the first time, there was a doll on the rocking horse, like a small child, a little boy, really, really realistic doll on the rocking horse. And this might not be anything ghosty or ghouly at all, but when I spoke to people, nobody else remembered there being a doll on the rocking horse. And then I went the second time, and bearing in mind the first time the room felt really, really weird, like it was unsettling weird. Second time the room felt fine, looked at the rocking horse, there's no doll on the rocking horse. So I have no idea if it was really a doll on the rocking horse or what was happening. All I know is the room felt horrible and nobody else remembered there was a doll on the rocking horse. It was a really, really, really lifelike doll. So either it was the creepiest doll known to mankind or it wasn't actually a doll. And I'm not convinced I know which one it was. So, yeah, not sure, but it was really, really weird. Let's have a look-see. I don't know where I am because it's jumped again. Okay, I've done that one. Let's have a look-see. Okay, I've done that one, so I know it's not there. Ah, here we go. This one. Okay, let's go with this one. So, I'm glad I caught the stream live. When contacting a spirit, tarot or scrying, performing spells, etc., do you need to speak out loud, or is the practice the same if you speak in your mind? I find both work really, really well. I don't think it necessarily matters to me which one I do. I've never noticed any real difference between the two. So I would go with maybe try both just to see what you feel comfortable with, because some people don't like speaking out loud, and that is totally fine. So if you don't, and you don't find that it really has any impact on your spells and rituals, then you can just do it inside your mind, and that's totally fine too. Right. Oh, so this one I'm not going to be able to assist with because the Morrigan is not somebody that I work with. But for the chat, can I ask how you start to work with the Morrigan when out walking? Masses of crows, jackdaws, sure sign to begin. Is it via meditation? Thanks. Now, I don't work with the Morrigan, so I'm not going to be massively useful in regard to this, but hopefully somebody in the chat will be. Oh no, I've just heard that the audio keeps cutting out, but I'm confused because it's the same microphone that I have used on every live stream for the past 7 years. And I've never had any problems until recently, which is really, really weird because this mic has always been so consistent. Oh no. I know that a couple months ago I had problems with the audio, but that's because I was using a different microphone. This is the same microphone as I've always used. Oh dear. Anyway, thank you so much to From the Fast, as well as Starlit Hermit and Chris Lauren. Thank you so much pitching in on the book addiction. Oh, and thank you so much, Jamie. Yes. Minecraft soon. I promise, Minecraft soon. But yeah, you're just fueling my book addiction. You know this. Everybody's just fueling my book addiction. It's dangerous. Right. Let's have a look-see. Do you have any recommendations of places to get your herbs at a reasonable price? So with this, I typically always go to either Sons of Asgard or I will go to Starchild. I typically lean towards Sons of Asgard more than Starchild, but that's just personal preference and past experiences. Love both of them, but I do really like the range that Sons of Asgard have. So if I need herbs, I will typically go in there and I will just give them a list. I'll just be like, can you just get me all of these? Thank you. And then I come back in like an hour and I have a giant stack of herbs. That's typically how it works. But they do offer online if you are like me and you use a lot. Like a lot. I actually need to go and get patchouli. That's what I need to get because every time I went the last time they didn't have any patchouli, so I need to get patchouli. Okay. I'm gonna have to remember that. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Donation towards your bookcases from one book addict to another. Oh, thank you so much. Oh dear. The bookcases are gonna be so good. I'm so excited. Right, let's have a look. See. Do you know how to read bones? No, but only because I've never really looked into it. It's not something that I would say that I am against or anything. It's just not something that I've ever done. I tend to find that I am sticking with the things that I have at the minute just because it's me and I have a tendency to go overboard when I go to Glastonbury and the such. I tend to stick with my Ogham, my tarot and runes if I'm not using scrying, which is probably my second preferred method right now. Right, let's have a look-see. I don't know where I am. Hearth, have you watched any spooky films lately? Would you ever consider reviewing any haunted house movies? Your analysis and recommendations are always chef's kiss, respectfully. Oh, thank you. I actually haven't watched anything recently that I would consider spooky. I don't know, I've just not been really watching any movies. I've mostly just been playing games, of which I have found there's a lot that have magic in them, so I don't know if I should maybe do some video game magic what they got right videos, because a lot of them are actually surprisingly accurate. Like some of them are really good, but at the minute no movies. I'll be honest, I'm just rewatching Friends for like the 5th time, so that's taking up like all of my non-game playing, non-working time. But when I do, I will give you some recommendations. Right. Oh, it jumped again. Oh no. Okay. Whoop, whoop. Scrolling up. Okay, I think I'm about here-ish. Yes, that was the herb one. That was the bones one. That means I must be somewhere. Oh yeah, I'm never going to have worked with this, I'm afraid. Have you ever worked with the Pacific Northwest madrone tree, and what do you know of it? I gotta say, as somebody who lives in England and has never left, I know absolutely nothing about it. I have not even heard of it. So let's Google this together. Because I don't know. Let's have a look. Species of evergreen tree. Does it have any similarities to anything else? No. It's beautiful though. It's like a silver birch, but just possibly cooler. But no connection to it personally, mostly because not working in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, Sons of Asgard do ship to the US, but it's with the tariffs and everything that I think are going to be coming in, I think you might have to find something a little bit closer. I would maybe recommend some American witchcraft channels just to see where they source them from, because I know that a lot of people in the past, like, I don't watch anybody now because, I mean, I say this all the time, you don't need to know again. I tend to avoid it so that I don't have any crossover, but I know that a lot of people used... Never mind. Okay, never mind. I was going to recommend somebody and then I googled them and the first thing on the related searches was controversy and I clicked on it and now I'm like, maybe not. Maybe not. Don't want to get dragged into that. I would look up some American witchcraft channels and see if they have any recommendations, because I unfortunately do not. Let's have a look-see. Do you know you've astral projected when you return? I mean, usually you know you've astral projected while you're there. There's just clear signs that it's different, that it's not like a dream or lucid or anything like that. It's something other, and that's really the big sign for me. I've only seen those white strands at night, so those are the white strands out the corner of the eye. Up towards the ceiling, I see it out the corner of my eye. When I look directly at it, it sails by fast and is gone. No scent or smells. Could those wispy strands be a visit from a deceased family member? After my mum died, I saw white sparkling starburst light in the corner while watching TV directly. When I was watching TV, when I looked directly, it vanished. I mean, it definitely could be, especially when there's no smells going on. It may well be guides, ancestors, and you are experiencing it in a very particular way. Like if somebody else were in that space and were experiencing their ancestors or people that they've loved that have passed over, it might look totally different to them. Different people are gonna see things in slightly different ways. So let's have a look-see. Oh, wouldn't it be amazing to have an old-fashioned library in one room in your home? Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, comfy couch, table for research. Oh, that's the goal, fairy ring. That's the goal. I really, really want somewhere that I can be, and I can do the live streams from in there, and I've got all of the books and I don't have to go through piles and I can get to it easily, and it's not just like a cramped room in my house, because if anything, that's the reason why I need to change what I'm doing at the minute, because this room becomes just unusable because there's just camera equipment everywhere, whereas it would be so much easier to have like a separate space. So the plan is to have like an entire separate space with all the bookcases, and it's gonna be so nice. And then I finally have room here in this bookcase to have all of my books, like my fiction books, because this can be like a cozy actual room in my house instead of a filming setup. Right, let's have a look-see. Do you have any favourite Oracle decks that are new? I actually don't. Like, the most recent Oracle deck that I have, I actually brought it with because I thought it would be quite useful. This is one of the most recent ones that I've got, and it's the Green Witch Oracle, and even this, it's not new, it's been out for ages. But it's mostly because I have so many decks that just sit and just don't get used, that I find that I would much rather use the ones that I have. See if I can get it to focus on it. So they're all different herbs and different plants that are really commonly found in your garden, and I really appreciate that they're like things that are so accessible. Like, what have we got here? We've got thyme, we've got strawberry. Like, I appreciate that it isn't like far-flung, difficult to access things. Carrots, sorrel, ooh, cauliflower. So I appreciate that, and I really like the fact that it's very down-to-earth things, that if you feel drawn to something, that you can literally go and you can plant it yourself and you can have access to it. And it's nice to have that crossover where you don't necessarily have to have like crazy expensive plants like bay for wisdom. Like, I just love this kind of a deck. So I got this one. I got an extra one when I was ordering decks, and I kept one for myself because that's something that I often do when I take it for myself. I pay myself for it, basically. But I absolutely just love that deck. It's beautiful. What's your favourite practical magic character? Sally. I love Sally. I always have. She is my favourite. Does the strawberry card have a squirrel on it? Oh, I wish. That would be so funny. Sally was always my favourite. I really, really like everybody in it, but there's something about Sally's character that I just really appreciate. It's how much she's been through and she still manages to find joy at the end of it. If you haven't watched Practical Magic, please watch it. And if you have watched it, go watch my video about what they got right because they got a lot of really, really good witchcraft right in that. And the new one is going to come out soon. And I'll be honest, I am dreading it. I'm absolutely dreading it because I have this horrible feeling that they are going to do a Charmed 2.0 and I don't want another terrible remake of a really good movie. Like, for the love of all that is good, please never put slang that is going to disappear in like 4 days. Please do not put a TikTok dance or TikTok sounds in it. Please make no modern references. Nothing that is going to age the movie in about 3 months, because they always do it. They always do it, and I'm so sad. Like, just the reason that Practical Magic and Charmed and Buffy and like all of these things age so well is because they don't, at least for the most part, make incredibly specific references to points in time. Like, I could watch Practical Magic every single day of the week. Sure, you notice that nobody's using a mobile phone, but you know what? That's nice. I appreciate that. Just don't put a TikTok dance in it, please. So we'll have to wait and see. I will be watching it, and it will, hopefully, I'm going to manifest it. It's going to be good. It had better be good. Because Practical Magic has got to be one of my favourite movies. Oh, thank you so much, Ruth. Thank you so, so much. Right, let's have a look, see. Where am I? How much astrology do you incorporate into your practice? Not masses. I will do astrology readings every single month, and that's generally just a guide. I post them on the Patreon for anybody who is interested in seeing what's up and coming, seeing what they might want to look out for, what they might want to avoid, but mostly I use them after the fact. So I look back at things that are that have happened, to see whether or not I can have some kind of reasoning, understanding of what might have happened and why, and then I can better prepare for it in the future. But besides that, I don't include very much at all. Let's have a look, see, what am I here? Ah, yes, the TikTokification of working with the Fae. Do you have any beginner knowledge or guidance on the Fae? Everybody I've heard talk about them is negative and says not to work with them, but I'm interested in working with them. I've had this happen so many times, and I will consistently call it the TikTokification of Fae work, because at some point in 2020, everybody on TikTok decided that the Fae were evil and that was all they were going to mention about the Fae. And that has been so ingrained in people, especially people who started their magical journey on TikTok or TikTok-like social platforms, you know, like Reels and Shorts and that kind of thing, is that there's this real emphasis on the Fae are evil, never work with them, you will basically ruin your life if you work with the Fae. And I think a lot of this came from echo chambers, a lot of it came from people repeating information without any experience. That's not to say it's not valid to a point, but I think a lot of it comes from the fact that when this was being spread around on social media, it was when you didn't have long enough to really explain anything. And so you would take what is a really large practice and you would condense it down into this really small section, and it loses the context. So when it comes to working with the Fae, it can go wrong and it can be very difficult, but it doesn't have to be. And I think ultimately it's really important when anybody's working with the Fae that you are not working with humans, you are working with Fae. And therefore the etiquette that you experience when communicating with humans isn't the same when it comes to communicating with the Fae. So people will often be like, oh, don't say thank you. If you say thank you, they're basically going to end your life. And it's like, no, it's just that we consider a thank you to be a response to something that requires gratitude. Somebody does something nice for you, you say thank you, end of agreement, right? That's it. But when you're working with the Fae, not all, because they're all individuals and they all come from different locations and they have different opinions on things, when you say thank you, you are essentially saying, I appreciate what you have offered, I owe you. And I think that's the thing that people get really confused about, is if you say thank you to the Fae, they are very likely to turn around and say, okay, well, give me this, or do that, or do the other, because thank you is taken differently. That response of appreciation is taken to be, okay, well, now that I've done this for you, you can do something for me. And that's where people get caught up, because then they're like, oh, now I'm being demanded to do this, and I'm expected to do this, and I'm stuck into this. And it's like, it's because they don't utilize language and they don't utilize etiquette in the same way. It isn't the same thing. And that's mostly the thing that people get caught out by. For the most part, nobody is going to have that much problem as long as they go into it with that understanding that it is not the same. So yeah, definitely appreciate. I appreciate what you've done for me. Fine. Absolutely fine. It was... How else would I describe it? It's not the opening of doors. You have to close all the loopholes, every single one of them. So if you were saying it to a human, they wouldn't even look into it, close the loophole. Make sure you double, triple check that what you have said is what you actually mean. Because they will read between the lines, they will find the loopholes, and they will exploit them. And so you just have to be mindful of what you go about saying and what you do. But over time, you get used to the language that you have to use. So it's not, thank you very much for what you've done. It's, I appreciate the assistance you have offered in this. And then that is simply an expression of gratitude, nothing more, nothing less. It's just changing the wording around. So there's a few books that I do like. I like the British Goblins. I like the Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries for a historical perspective on sort of the blend of witchcraft and fairy faith. So it is first and second hand accounts of the fairy faith. Most of them are written in the 17th and 1800s. And it gives an indication of the last sort of dregs of the fairy faith and what it meant for the people who believed in it. So it gives you an idea of how things were done before the Industrial Revolution that basically destroyed all of the fairy faith in most parts of the country, and depending on where you are, the world as well. But these books mostly focus on the British Isles. Some are based in Wales, some are Ireland, some are Scotland, some are specifically England. It just depends on the book that you pick. And then really any book that goes into... I can try and find the book, but it's gonna be in the fairy book video anyway. There are several books on the fairy faith out there on fairy witchcraft. Whatever one you get is gonna contain useful information. But I would recommend going in with something like the Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, something like British Goblins, as a way of just recognising, a way of tying it in. So you need to be able to tie what's in these books into an older practice, because a lot of the Fae are well aware of what we used to do. They remember it, they were there, we weren't. So generally speaking, I always recommend going in and tying it back into the historic practice, because that way you can better align with what they're expecting. I'm going to sneeze and I'm trying so hard not to sneeze, that's why I'm doing this. But yeah, I always find that the information online about the Fae is, especially during 2020, it was questionable. And I think that has meant a lot of people are scared of working with the Fae. In some cases that might be justified. It depends on how much you're willing to watch your words. In other places it's really kind of unfair. It's painted them in a really bad light. Right. I think either it's family members who've passed on or angels. I can't say much about angels because I'm not I'm not of a tradition that works with them in any way. I'd say it's more likely to be family members that have passed on, though, especially with the timing. It seems to be a decent fit. Sometimes I find super old websites abandoned from the 1998 have the most accurate and reliable information. Yeah. And I think that it is... Social media is definitely a good thing and a bad thing. It's never going to be entirely negative because it's opened the magical community up to so many people who would never ever have previously had access to it. However, it does lead to a lot of fast sharing of information. And the one thing that, it's maybe not the same now, but it was during 2020, was people were learning about witchcraft and then they were immediately sharing that information because they could. They had an app that allowed them to share their thoughts, to share what they'd learned instantaneously. And in theory, there is absolutely nothing wrong with being excited about something that you've just learned and wanting to share it with other people. But in some ways, I think what was happening, especially during 2020, was that a lot of people were sharing information they'd only just learned, and then other people were sharing information that they'd only just learned, and then you have people learning information from people who are sharing information from people who are sharing information that they've only just learned, and then before you know it, you have so much misinformation that nobody knows which way's up anymore, because everybody is just learning information from people who were learning information who learned information 2 days ago from older sources, but the older source got lost all the way down the line. And it's so easily done. I don't think it's like it's a negative on the creators at all. Nobody knew that witchcraft was going to blow up the way it did in 2020. It was a totally obscure category to become hyper popular. And nobody knew that their videos were going to get millions of views. So realistically, I think for the most part, it's a completely innocent thing that happened. It's just all of those sources that led to the information have just sort of disappeared, and now nobody knows where anything came from. And I think now we're starting to see people utilising more the older information, going backwards to fill in the blanks. And I think we are seeing like the healing from that a little bit. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Blue Saviour. Thank you so much. I think my voice just broke, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And also, thank you so much, Fairy Ring Whimsy. Thank you so much for that as well. Buy more books. You can't enable me like this. It's not good. But yeah, I probably will. I've had my eye on a few that look really, really good. So I might end up getting a few more books. Having information is not the same as understanding it. Yeah, and I think that is something that we are starting to learn, and we're starting to recognise more in the community. I don't think, though, that anybody that was doing this in 2020 is doing anything different than what people were doing in the 2000s and the 90s and the 80s and the 60s. I think the reality of it is that there is a desire when we're excited about something to share information about it. We want to share what we've learned. We want to find a community. It's just that in the 2000s, you had a forum where you would get a reply to your post in 2 hours, whereas in 2020, you had TikTok where everybody was at home and all of a sudden you were getting like responses to your message, your like post and messages like 2 seconds later. Like, I feel as though really it wasn't any different to how people have been throughout history. It's just most people didn't have social media. And now everybody has social media. What exactly is the fairy faith? So the fairy faith is considered a period of time where, how do I best describe it? Because it's a collective term that is used to describe lots of different beliefs and practices, primarily across regions of the UK. It didn't affect everywhere. It wasn't necessarily found everywhere in the same way, but we have Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. I know that technically that's not the UK, but that area was... And actually further afield, we do get some aspects of the fairy faith in France as well. And further afield, had this deep belief in the fair folk, the wee folk, the little people, the good neighbours, and would actively work with them, would leave offerings for good fortune, to help protect the household, to help protect livestock and crops, for healing, for good fortune, all these kind of things. And it's something that we see in the rural parts of, well, basically I've got the hiccups again. Basically anywhere where it was present till about the mid 20th century. And it clung on mostly in locations that were very rural or had crafts and jobs that were very, very dangerous. So within farming regions, within fishing regions and mining as well, it was very, very prevalent for people to still have a strong belief in the fairy faith, that the world involved these other beings that could help or hurt. And so people would leave parts of Cornish pasties to the cobbles, the mining spirits. You had people who would leave offerings on the shore or to the water spirits. We see this written about by Gemma Gary, people leaving offerings to the ocean and fishing regions so that you would be able to perhaps mitigate any harm, and you could be blessed by the fae folk so that they would protect you while you were in the mine or while you were at sea or farming, which is incredibly dangerous. And so the fairy faith really clung on in these regions, even though industrialization was taking over. And now we're starting to see the fairy faith coming back again as people start reconnecting with the world around them and their personal environments. So it's not really one thing, it's more the collection of lots of things. How do you personally come up with the correspondences for herbs? Is it all based on other magical practitioners' findings, or what associations have you come up with on your own via mythology and history? I'm going to be honest, for the most part, it's neither of those things. It is literally just, I pick up a plant and it goes, I'm used for love. And I'm like, okay. I'm used for protection. Okay. And for the most part, I will cross-reference this, I will make sure, but usually there's clear signs as to what something is associated with. If something opens its flowers in sunshine and closes them when it's cloudy, it's usually associated with solar energy, so it's often fiery in nature, and therefore its associations can be linked into that. If something that you're using is a root or a leaf or a flower, the changes in that are going to alter what it's used for. So you can cross-reference things pretty easily once you kind of get an idea of what something should be used for. Like say like sunflowers, lots of seeds, commonly used for prosperity. The face of the flower turns to the sun, and therefore it's associated with solar energy. Therefore it's commonly associated with prosperity, abundance, drive, passion, lots of fruitfulness because of all of the seeds. It's coloured yellow, so it's often associated with money. Like, there's loads of clues immediately when you see a plant as to what it's used for. And so typically I will go off what it looks like, what it tells me, and then I will cross-reference. Unless all I have access to is the dry plant, in which case then I will usually go straight for reference material just to make sure I'm doubly right, because a dry plant can often look very, very different from its living counterpart. But you can also take dry plants, put a little bit in a pouch under your pillow, and then if you do lucid dream or you gain information through dreams, you can often find information out that way. So I often find that just immediately looking at the way a plant appears can tell you a lot. Willows always grow by water. Therefore, typically it's associated with the water element, it's associated with healing. Its roots go deep into water. Water is often used as liminal space, therefore it's also a plant of the underworld. It's a connection between living and death. The leaves cause a whispering sound, and so it's often used for communication style workings. And it's said that you should never say any secrets under a willow tree because they will always reach the ears of the person you don't want them to. So it's associated with healing. The willow tree is associated with feminine energy because it's associated with the moon and water, so it's associated with healing of children. It is associated also with healing because willow bark is used for pain reliever. Not necessarily in its raw form anymore, but it was used for, I believe it's aspirin, isn't it? It's willow used in aspirin. So it's used for its healing properties. It's often associated with childbirth with children. It's associated with communication. It's also associated with the other world, afterlife, as well as the fairy faith and all these kind of things. And that kind of just comes from the way it looks. And you can tell a lot about the way it looks, the way it sounds, the way it smells, the way it tastes only if it's safe. And generally the mythology behind it can tell you so much, to the point where you'll probably get to a point where you can cross-reference its magical properties after the fact. just to double check, as long as it's not being used for medicinal properties, because then you definitely need to be certain of what it is. But yeah, Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs, as Joe has said, is a fantastic book for referencing. I will still go back for it time and time again, because it's just so good. Right, let's have a look, see, double check that I've not missed anything. Okay, I've done that one. Okay, I haven't done this one. I really struggle with meditation because I get very scary night terror images and feelings coming up. Like a dark presence, it scares me so much I have to abandon it. Any ideas of what this could be? So I suppose my first question is, do you get this under any other circumstances? So do you get night terrors at night? Like, do you get them at the normal, expected times? Because if you do, then I don't think this is anything to do with magic or spirituality or anything like that. I suspect that this is simply just an expansion of what you're already experiencing in that area of your life. And because meditation is an altered state of consciousness, just like sleep is, I would say it's literally just crossing over from one to the other because you're entering into that similar headspace. If it doesn't happen at any other time, have a look at any other symptoms that you might be experiencing, anything strange, smells, sights, sounds, any weird things. Do flowers die around you? Does your food rot really fast? That kind of stuff. Are you struggling with nightmares that aren't related to the night terrors, like they've only started recently and they weren't happening before? Obviously, with that kind of thing, it's really important, especially with night terrors and the images, that you get that check to make sure that it isn't something else that's happening, because that can happen with other conditions if they aren't recognised and spotted. So just make sure that that's not the case. But if you are experiencing other things like food rotting really quickly, flowers dying, strange sounds, things going missing, that kind of thing, could be worth doing a reading, doing a cleansing, and then doing a protection on your space just to make sure that there's nothing around that is attached, because it could be a spirit attachment, but only if it isn't something more mundane or medical, because it can be, and some really weird things can happen in that situation. Let's have a look, see, do I have any more that I've missed? I'm wondering how to do a protection spell for others. I've tried looking it up, but there was no information aside from how to do a protection spell on myself. Whatever protection spell you decide to do, you need to target it towards a specific person. So earlier on, I'm not going to go fully in depth to it, we had a question about how to target a specific person for a spell. And if I can, at the end of this, I'll try to find the timestamp for it, because that goes into specifically how to target another person. If you can get to that section once the stream is over, then whatever protection spell you're wanting to do, just pick a technique that directs it towards another person, and then focus in on doing it that way. That could be using tag locks, that could be using poppets, that could be having a person there. There's so many different ways of doing it, so that sort of goes fully in depth into it, for as much fully in depth as I can in a live stream, and then just utilize the protection herbs, the crystals, the styles that you're looking into, and figure out which one would fit best. Why do I have Spider Pig in my head? I actually don't know. And honestly, that doesn't surprise me. Oh yes, also air filter and carbon monoxide alarms. If anybody experiences like weird, sudden, out of the blue, auditory or visual hallucinations, do a check on that, because wasn't there like, and this is me like being chronically online, I watch like people's reactions to things that happen, because I can't be bothered to watch like a 10-part series, so I watch Robert Reacts or something reacting to it. And I think there was a case like a couple years ago of somebody who thought there was somebody living in their attic, and didn't they find out that they were actually being slowly poisoned with carbon monoxide, and they had no idea, because they were getting what they thought were real sounds, but they were actually like auditory hallucinations. That stuff's scary. If you have a boiler in your house, please have a carbon monoxide alarm, because like it is so important. It can happen so fast and you will have no idea what's happening. So like, please, I have 2. in my house because I'm so determined to be careful about it. Just in case, because you never know when something might go wrong. Right. I think that might be the end of the stream. Unless anybody has any further topics. Hang on, wait, is this the exact same question, word for word, that I got earlier? Hang on, let me just check. Where is it? Oh, have I lost it? Yeah, that's really interesting. I have actually answered this, the Sam Soup comment, right at the start of the video, practically word for word. That is incredible. So if I can at the end, I will also try and link that in the comments if you want that entire section, because I went off for like 15 minutes about it, about the feminine masculine idea in witchcraft. That's so strange and so interesting. But yeah, we had this entire discussion earlier, so hopefully that can be useful if I can find the timestamp for that. Let me go up and see. All the timestamps are really weird in this, so I'm going to have to go in afterwards, I think, and figure out where it would be. But it was really early on. Yeah, it was like it was like 8 minutes into the live stream. So if after the live stream you want to go back and have a look, I think it's only 8 minutes in. That's what it says on my timestamps anyway. There's your full answer to this question is earlier on in there. Righty-ho. Do you know which gemstones can help to harvest energy for energy vampire cults? That has got to be the weirdest collection of words I've ever read in an entire sentence. Can I ask why? And none, really, because in order to do that, you would have to be manually moving energy, and that's just complicated and time-consuming. I'm so curious as to why, though. That has just piqued my curiosity. Any go-to spells for calming and self-love? Mostly for calming. I don't do any spells because I often find that if I really want to calm, then focusing on a spell, if especially about being calm, then makes me less calm. What am I even saying? Words. I will often do some meditation, like mind calming. I'm gonna be really honest, I will put on a fantasy ambience video on YouTube. I'll have to like link some of my favorites somewhere or something, because I will just put it on and I will just sit and I will just like do my box breathing calming, because I find that always really, really helps. And then in terms of self-love, I will usually carry rose quartz, but especially rhodonite. I will carry rhodonite for that, because if I'm in that mood where I'm struggling with that, I don't necessarily, this is the way my brain works, I don't necessarily want to be doing a spell to improve it, because if I'm already struggling with it, then I don't see the point in improving it. If that makes sense, because you're already like in that spiral. So I will carry rhodonite and I will wear rose quartz, and that typically helps just to boost me a little bit, even if it's nothing more than a placebo. It just makes me feel just a little bit better. How is Baldur's Gate 3 going? Okay, Baldur's Gate is going slow. I haven't played my playthrough in like 6 months. I've started another playthrough with my boyfriend, so we're playing it again, and hopefully this time I can actually make it through the entirety of Act 3, because I didn't last time, and yeah. Right, let me have a look, see where I am. So this question that I'm answering at the minute is way higher up than all of the others. So that's that one. So, wait, which one is it? Hang on. Oh, rhodonite. So Rhodonite. Rhodonite. Let me just double check that. Spelling is not my forte. Rhodonite. 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 It is like, when you see it in its tumbled form, it is pink and black. And it is beautiful, and it's so good for like calming self-love energy. It's good for working with children because it's quite a nurturing, gentle energy. It's a little bit more specific than Rose Scorch, which is just sort of just general loving energy. Oh my goodness, if I've missed, feel free to put them in the chat and I will try and go through the last few really quickly. So, I think my question about King Arthur was answered. I can't find a question about King Arthur, so I think I might be missing that. But this one, did you see my question just above the one you're answering now, about going through periods of doubt? Let me try and find your username. So that's the one I'm answering now. So, I can't see any question about that. If you, oh no. Oh, wait. No, that's house spirits, that's different. I can't see it. I'm really sorry. If you want to put any in, then that's fine. See, the one I'm answering at the minute about the protection spell, that was at 7 something this evening, so that's way earlier on. So there's Skyclad one, Black versus White Magic, Astral Projection. That was the one about the crystal. That was the one about the Morrigan. Oh no, I actually don't know. If you want to put them in the chat, that's absolutely fine. And I will try and answer them just before I go, because I don't wanna miss anybody's question. I certainly wouldn't do it purposefully. I definitely don't want to do it accidentally. Oh, thank you so much from the fast. Thank you very much. And honestly, yeah, it does look like that. But just stack all of those books on top of one another, and that's how it looks. What are your thoughts on about somebody starting a witchy business on YouTube or Etsy now, with it being so saturated? I mean, I think anybody has the ability to do it. I think that it's just about having that thing that makes you interesting and make the shop interesting. What I will say about Etsy, as somebody who currently sells on Etsy, is it is a minefield of AI generated nonsense, and I can't grasp why a platform that wants to stand for homemade and craftsman is allowing wholesale and AI generated slop to destroy the platform. Because I don't blame anybody for deciding that they don't want to shop on Etsy because they don't want to support it. I don't blame them at all. So I feel like maybe it's about making sure that people are aware that you are not that. And that can be so difficult when it's becoming so hard to spot the differences. But yeah, I think that there's always a place for people. It's just a lot more difficult now, unfortunately, than it was before. I'd be interested to learn more about your apothecary cabinet. Could you do a video on that? Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do an entire show and tell of the inside of it. If you ever fancy seeing what I've got rammed on the inside of it, I'm going to be honest, it's really, really messy. But yeah, that's like the home of all of my spells and rituals. It's got everything in it that I use more often than not. How do I recharge my sovereignty? Could you explain a little more? Sorry, I'm not sure what that means. I'll be honest, I'm not sure either. I see this being posted everywhere about like draw back your power, regain your sovereignty, and I'm like, I don't know what that means. I actually don't know what that means. So if anybody could explain that to me, that would be great, because besides it meaning like regain your power, I don't know what else it could represent. Oh, a show and tell of the apothecary cabinet. I can do that. I've got all my incenses in there, all my oils, everything. Does King Arthur have the same status in British folklore as Hercules for the ancient Greeks, or is he seen as a legendary figure as it is in France? I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest. I think that King Arthur holds the same place for us as Robin Hood. I think it's that kind of legendary status where he sort of goes beyond just folklore, and he is fully seated in legend of, it doesn't really matter whether it turns out King Arthur was a real person or not. It doesn't matter if Merlin isn't a real person, although we do sort of know that Merlin was a real person. It's more that his character, what he stood for, the chivalry, that time in English history that may or may not have even existed because it was the Dark Ages. We actually don't know if it ever existed or not. Him and Robin Hood have kind of developed this legend status where You have King Arthur pubs, you have Robin Hood pubs. Anything associated with King Arthur is popular. Anything associated with Robin Hood is popular. The legends precede everything else. And I think that's really, I really like it. Some people don't like it. Some people feel as though we should only be putting real figures as these like big names. I love the legends of King Arthur. I love what it stands for. And I think that it probably is the same level as Hercules. At least for people who are interested in like folklore and British legends. I think he's really, really up there. Right, let's have a look-see. Where am I am still not seeing... I don't know what's happening. Sorry, that was in relation to a question saying I've put my question in for the third time. Right. The Curious Daisy. I don't want to miss this. The Curious Daisy. Why am I not getting this through? That is so bizarre. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything. I'm so sorry. Do you want to put it in the normal chat? I'm sorry I'm asking you to do this again. I'm so sorry. I don't understand why it's not coming up. Something's gone wonky. It's a me stream. It's a me stream. Something always goes wonky. That's how this works. Right. Let's have a look-see. Messy is good. Yeah, you're just going to see... Well, I suppose in a way, seeing the apothecary cabinet when it is messy is kind of a good thing because that's realistic, right? My oil bottles are covered in oil. I have to keep some of them in the kitchen because they're so covered in oil. I can't afford to have them on the wooden table because they would like melt the surface of it. But yeah, messy is the way it usually is, and I think that's authentic. That's more authentic than me making it absolutely perfect. Okay, and with that, thank you so much for being part of the stream. Thank you so much to everybody who has supported. Whether you have donated to the stream, commented, written a message, or liked, whatever it is, thank you so much. I keep getting the hiccups for being here. If you've never been here before, feel free to hit subscribe. I post new videos every single week, new live streams every single month. The next one, for anyone who is curious, will be on February the 18th. Now, I have a question for all of you guys. Would you rather me preemptively post the live stream for next month, like tomorrow, so you know it and it's scheduled and it's there? Or would you rather me wait till it's closer to, so that the comments don't disappear and that everything is then there for the live stream? I never know which way to do it because I think posting it too late is not a good idea, but at least if you know about it a month in advance, you can set your notifications so you can be there and so you don't accidentally miss it, because I know I'm prone to posting it quite late. So whether it's in the stream or whether it's afterwards, let me know what you would prefer to do, whether you'd want it like way in advance or not. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all of your support. I have another video coming out possibly on Sunday. That one is more books, so if you're book themed, then that one is ready for you guys. And yeah, I am going to go and have some food because I'm very hungry. And I will see you in the next video. Okay, right. Oh, also, massive thank you to all of the mods. Thank you very much, Lee, for keeping the live stream sane, and I really, really appreciate you, even though I forget to say it partway through the stream, and I always have to remember at the very end. But thank you so much. So, yeah, I will talk to you in the next video. Okay, bye, and outro.